First, let's review the difference between still, yet, and already. Let's start off with already. We use already to talk about something that has happened or may have happened. So think about the verb tenses. We're talking about the past, and your verb tenses are going to be the past simple or the present perfect. For example, I could say, I already ate. I already ate. Of course, that action took place in the past. Now, you could invite me to the movies, and I could say, I've already seen that movie. Present perfect. I've already seen that movie. And of course, it was in the past that I saw that movie. Now notice for the placement of already, it's generally placed before the main verb. So now it's your turn. Pause the video and put a sentence using already in the past simple and the present perfect in the comments below. Now let's talk about yet. We generally use yet in a question form or a negative sentence. And your verb tense is going to be the present perfect. As a question, you're asking a question about the past. So I could ask, have you eaten yet? Have you eaten yet? And of course, if you want to answer yes, you would use which one? Yes, I've already eaten. Now we can combine a question and the reply could be in the negative, so they could both use yet. For example, I could ask you, have you decided yet? And your answer in the negative would be, no, I haven't decided yet. Now notice the placement of yet. We put it after the main verb, so it's generally at the end of your sentence. All right, so now why don't you try a question with yet and then a reply to that question, and your reply will be in the negative as well. So put those two examples in the comments. Now let's talk about still. We use still to talk about an action that started in the past and continues until now. Your verb tenses are generally going to be the present simple or the present continuous. For example, I could say, I'm still going to the party. So keep in mind, I made a decision to go to the party maybe last week, okay? I said, I'm going to the party. Now, maybe the weather is really bad today, so a lot of people aren't going to the party anymore. But I want to confirm that this action that happened in the past, my decision, it still applies now. So I can say, I'm still going to the party. I'm still going to the party. Now we use this with routines a lot, which is why you'll hear it in the present simple. For example, I could say, I still go to the gym every day. So I started going to the gym every day in the past, maybe a month ago. So my friend, who I haven't seen in a while, wants to know if I still go to the gym. And I could say, yeah, I still go to the gym every day. Now notice the placement of still, just like with already, we're going to put it before the main verb. And you know what to do. Now it's your turn to practice. So why don't you try a sentence in the present simple and present continuous and put those in the comments below. Amazing job. Now let's review the difference between do and make. I hear lots of mistakes even from advanced students with these two, and there'll be a quiz at the end of this section to make sure you really know how to use do and make. Now let me give you an example sentence. Last night I the dishes and I dinner. Okay, this case, what do we need? Do we need do? Do we need make? Put it in the comments below. What do you think we need? Well, first of all, you need to remember that regardless of which one you use, they're verbs, so you have to conjugate them according to your time reference. So my time reference is last night, so I know I'm talking in the past, so I need to conjugate my verbs in the past. Last night, I did the dishes and I made dinner. Did you get them right? Now, let's talk about the rules of when you use do and make. First of all, let me give you a tip. So remember this. If we're talking about an action in general, we use do. If we're talking about producing something, we use make. So that's a general tip you can follow, but just keep in mind there are specific expressions that require one or the other. So you need to keep those in mind as well. So first, let's talk about these general rules. Let's talk about when you use do. We use do with work, chores, and tasks. This is one I commonly see students confuse because I hear a lot of students say, I made my homework. I made my homework. But you don't make homework, okay? You do homework. You do a job. You do chores. You do a task. We use the verb do. Now, we also use do with an unspecified activity, and you're probably very familiar with the question, what are you doing tonight? What are you doing right now? It's a general question. I'm not asking about a specific activity. We use do. What are you doing tonight? Now, we also use do a lot when we replace a verb if the meaning is clear. So in my original example, I said, last night I did the dishes. Do the dishes. But there's another verb that we can use. You can wash the dishes. Now, because the meaning is clear, I can replace the verb wash with do. That might be a little more of an advanced thing for you to understand, but just for now, remember this expression. You do the dishes. So you've already just added one natural expression to your vocabulary because a native English speaker, we're not really going to say wash the dishes. We say do the dishes. So now let's talk about make. Remember, we use make when you're producing something. So anything that was produced, designed, developed, or constructed, we could use make. For example, I could say this t-shirt was made in China. Now, we also use make specifically with food, drinks, and meals. And that's why I said, last night I made dinner. Can you make me a snack? Can you make me a smoothie, a beverage? Can you make me a cup of coffee? We also use make when you produce an action or a reaction from someone. For example, I could watch a movie and I could say, oh wow, that movie made me really sad. That movie made me really sad. It produced a reaction within me. Traffic makes me so angry. That's something that a lot of people say, right? Here's a good one. We use make with plans and decisions. So think of a plan could be, for example, making a dinner reservation. And with decision, you make a decision. So I could ask you, have you made a decision yet? Have you made a decision yet? Now finally, we use make when you produce sounds. For example, I could say, my microphone made a really weird buzzing noise. Or I could say, my lights are making this really high-pitched noise. We can also use it with any sort of verbal sounds. For example, at the end of a presentation, I could say, I really like that comment you made about global warming. So you make a comment because that's a sound you produce. Now let's talk about some general expressions that use either do or make. Remember, expressions in English, you just have to memorize them. So just put these ones into your vocabulary, write them down, and make sure you understand if they use do or make. So our first one, you do someone a favor. So this is a very common expression. I could say, oh, I have a lot of homework to do. Remember, you do homework. Or I have a lot of chores to do. You do chores, you do work. I have a lot of chores to do. Can you do me a favor and make the dinner reservation? So notice, I use do and make in that sentence. Can you do me a favor and make the dinner reservation? Because remember, we use make with plans and arrangements and decisions, but we're using do someone a favor. Think of that just as an expression. Do someone a favor. So can you do me a favor? Hopefully you said yes. Now I'm sure you're already familiar with this expression, but I'll share it anyway. And that's, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do for a living? But most of the time we don't include for a living and we simply say, what do you do? And of course, I'm asking you about your job and we use do. Now, interestingly, we have another expression which is make a living, to make a living. Now, when you make a living by doing something, it means that's your primary source of income. So I could say, I make a living by doing YouTube videos. That's my primary source of income. That's how I make a living. So somebody could ask me, what do you do? I'm a YouTuber. Well, how do you make a living? Because they might be asking me, okay, but how do you make money? And of course I would say, I make a living by recording YouTube videos. That's how I make a living. Now, of course, you also make money. So you make a living, which is related to money, and then also you make money. So again, somebody could ask me, what do you do? I'm a YouTuber, but how do you make money? How do you make money on YouTube, right? That's always the mystery. People want to know that. So just remember those two expressions. One of them uses do because it's a general category, but then specifically almost about producing, right? Thinking to a general category. You make money, you make a living. That's more about production. So we're using make. Now, another one that doesn't really fit into the category, but you can think of it as an expression, and that's make a mistake. You make a mistake, okay? So you don't do a mistake. Sometimes I hear that. You make a mistake. It's just an expression. So you could say, I was doing my homework, or I was doing my taxes. That's another one where we're replacing the verb, which is probably file. I was filing my taxes, but we replace that verb with do. I was doing my taxes and I made a mistake. Or we could combine two makes. I was making dinner and I made a mistake. So just keep that in mind. A lot of the time you're going to be mixing and matching in one sentence. I'll leave you with a positive expression. Think of this as an expression, and this one's with do. You do your best. Do your best. So if you say, Jennifer, I'm not sure if I can pass this quiz at the end of the video, I'm going to say, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, just do your best. So that's a nice word of encouragement, an expression of encouragement that you can use with someone if they're feeling a little apprehensive or tentative about doing something. You can say, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, just do your best. So with that, let's get to the quiz. So I'm going to share the quiz on the screen. You're going to have 10 questions to answer. I'll leave it up for a minute, so just pause the video. You'll need more time. And then after that minute, it will display the answers. So make sure you let us know in the comments how you did on the quiz. How many did you get right out of 10? Did you make any mistakes? And of course, just do your best. So now let's do the quiz. So how did you do with that quiz? Share your score in the comments below, and let's continue on with our next section. And let's look at the difference between do, did, or does. What's the difference between do, does, and did? Well, you need to understand that all three of these are just different forms of the verb to do. So the verb to do is the infinitive. Now, do and does are the present simple conjugations of the verb. And you simply choose one or the other based on the subject that you have. So if you're forming a sentence and your subject is I, you, we, or they, you need to choose do. If your subject is he, she, or it, so third person singular, you need to choose does. And that's it. That's the only difference between do or does in affirmative sentences in the present simple. But keep in mind that do as a verb is used in very specific sentences in the present simple. So for example, you do chores. You do chores. The verb do is what we need to complete the sentence. So I could say, I do chores every Sunday. This is a routine, is in the present simple. Because my subject is I, then I need do. Now, you can also do homework. For example, do is the verb that we use with homework. Now, I could say my sister, which of course is she as a subject, my sister does homework every night. Again, this is a routine, so I need the present simple. My subject is my sister, she, so I need does. Now let's talk about did. Did is the past simple form of the verb to do. And as a past simple verb, there's no difference with subjects. So you use did for all subjects. So that one is easier to remember. And of course, if it's the past simple, then we just need to make sure that our time reference is in the past. So I could say, we did our homework last night. She did her homework this morning, assuming this morning is already in the past because right now is this afternoon or this evening. So this morning is in the past. She did her homework this morning. So notice, it doesn't matter if I use we or she. The subject doesn't matter because did is used for all subjects. You just need to make sure that your time reference is a past time reference, where do and does, your time reference is going to be a routine action. So you're going to hear time references like always, usually, every. Then you know it's a present simple. You're doing awesome. Let's move on and look at later and after. Later is most commonly used as an adverb, and it means at a time in the future. It's not a specific time. For example, I could say, I'll wash the dishes. Now, this is just a statement about something I'm going to do. You already know it's in the future because I used will, I'll wash the dishes. So if you'd like to add a time reference, when will you wash the dishes? You can choose later, and you can say, I'll wash the dishes later. But what does later mean? Does it really tell the person when you'll wash the dishes? Not really, because it's not a specific time reference. All we know is that you're not going to do it right now, and you'll do it at some point in the future. I'll wash the dishes later. Now, after is most commonly used as a preposition. We use after to show the sequence of events. And those sequence of events can be in terms of time, in terms of place, or in terms of order. But it is commonly used in terms of time. Sequence of events in time, which means one event is going to happen later than another event. So really, it has that same meaning as later in the sense that it's a time in the future. So what's different about them? Well, it's really just the sentence structure and how you use them, because after is a preposition. So I could say, I'll wash the dishes after something else. That's the key. We generally use after and then something else because it shows the relationship between two things. So wash the dishes, something else. What's the order of them? Which one comes first? That's how we use after. So I could say, I'll wash the dishes after I watch the movie. So I have wash dishes, watch movie, but I don't know the order. And that's what after helps us do, show the order. And in this case, it's order in time. I'll wash the dishes after I watch the movie. Now notice how I used a full clause, a full sentence with a subject, a verb, and an object. I'll wash the dishes after I watch the movie, a full clause. We don't need to do that. You can simply have a noun as well. So it could be two objects, just two nouns rather than two actions. So I could say, I'll wash the dishes after the movie. After the movie, okay? So you don't have to use a full clause, and it's probably very common for native speakers to just use the object and not include the action. I'll wash the dishes after the movie. Now here's the mistake I see students make. They say something like, I'll wash the dishes later the movie. So they use later and then they include a something, a noun, or even a clause. You can't do that. You can't say, I'll wash the dishes later the movie. Generally, we use later, period. I'll wash the dishes later. And that's it. So if you want to specify an action or a thing that comes next, you use after, and then you can specify a noun or an action. I'll wash the dishes after the movie. That's correct. Now, one final thing you can do with after is you can leave out the action or the noun. So just like I'll say, I'll wash the dishes later, period, you can do the same thing with after. I'll wash the dishes after, period. We do this when the context is obvious. So let's say you and your friend just talked about watching a movie. You're sitting on the couch. You have the remote in your hand. It's obvious. So when you say, oh, wash the dishes after, your friend knows that it's after the movie. It's obvious based on context. So if it's obvious based on context, grammatically, you can leave it out. And then you will have after and just a period. You don't have to specify the action or the noun. So just remember, probably the most important thing to remember is that you can't say later the movie. You can't say that. That's the most common mistake that I see. Amazing job. Now let's talk about cannot as one word, cannot as two words, and can't. Let's start with cannot as one word. So really pay attention that this is one word, and spelling, we have two N's, but it's in one word. Now cannot is the negative form of the verb can. That's it, simple as that. So let's take a positive sentence with can. I could say, I can pick you up at the airport. I can pick you up at the airport. That's a positive sentence. But if I want to make this sentence negative, all I need to do is change can with cannot. Remember, one word, two N's. So that would be, I cannot pick you up at the airport. So to make a positive can sentence negative, simply use one word, cannot, and replace that with can. It's as simple as that. Now, let's talk about can't. Notice the spelling. There's one end and it's a contraction, right? Every time you see the apostrophe, you know it's a contraction. So can't is just the contracted form of cannot. You can think of it as the short form. Now, you use it in the exact same way. So we take our positive sentence, I can pick you up at the airport. And then to make it negative, we just change it with can't. Can't. I can't pick you up at the airport. Can't is more common than using cannot, the longer form. Now, let's talk about cannot as two words. First of all, know that this is not the negative form of the verb can, okay? It's not the negative form. If you use it as the negative form, in spoken English, you won't hear a difference. But in written English, if you use cannot as two words, it's a spelling mistake. As simple as that, it's a spelling mistake. Okay, because the correct spelling of the negative form of can is cannot, one word. But cannot as two words still exists, but it's not very commonly used. We can use it, for example, when you have not in one part of a sentence, and then can is just your verb of that sentence. But can and not, when they're two words, aren't together, okay? Their relationship isn't together. So for example, you're probably familiar with the expression, not only but. That's a very common expression in English. Not only X, but also Y. Not only but. So notice in this expression, I have the word not only. Now, theoretically, my verb in this sentence could be can. And if that's the case, you might see can and not side by side, but they're not together. It's not making can negative. Not relates to not only, but. Or another expression that uses not. So for example, I could say, I can not only pick you up at the airport, I can also help you unpack. Okay, just to give an example. So notice, I can now not only pick you up at the airport. So can is just the verb in the sentence. It's not connected with not only, but. I can not only pick you up at the airport, I can also help you unpack. So that's just theoretically you could see can and not side by side as two separate words, but honestly that's not very common and I don't think you're going to see that. When you see can and not side by side as two words, most likely it's just a spelling mistake and they wanted to make can negative, which is one word, cannot. So to summarize, cannot as one word is the negative form of can. Can't is a contraction of cannot. It's the most commonly used. Cannot as two words is possible, but it's not the negative form of the verb can. So now you know how to use these, and now of course it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 3 examples, one with cannot, the negative form, one with can, the contraction, and then why not try I can not only, but. That would be a pretty advanced structure to practice. So you can leave all those examples in the comments below. You're doing wonderful. Let's continue on and look at come and came. What's the difference between come and came? Well, there's a very simple answer to this question. First, we have to know that the verb is to come. That's the infinitive form of the verb. So then you take your infinitive form and you're going to do 2 things. You're going to conjugate it with the subject and you're going to conjugate it with the time reference as well. The conjugations of the verb to come are the base infinitive is come, the past simple is came, and the participle is come. So your 3 forms of the verb, come, came, come. Come, came, come. Irregular conjugation. Now, we can use the base form in the present simple verb tense. The present simple, of course, we're talking about facts or routines. I could say, she always comes late. She always comes late. So notice, I take my verb come, but then I have to think about my subject, which is she. So I have to add an S to the verb come so it's conjugated correctly with my subject, she. She always comes late. Now, if it was they as a subject, it would be come, because I don't add an S. I only add an S for he, she, it subjects. They always come late. She always comes late. They always come late. Now I can take that same sentence, but I could talk about yesterday. If I talk about yesterday, now my time reference is in the past, so I have to conjugate the verb in the past, and in this case, I need the past simple. Your time reference will tell you what verb tense you need. Yesterday is an indicator of the past simple. In the past simple, there are no different conjugations. We only use the verb came with all subjects. So I can say, she came late yesterday. She always comes late. That's the present simple. She came late yesterday. They always come late. The present simple. They came late yesterday, the past simple. So now you know how to use come and came, but what about that third form of the verb? That's the past participle, which is also come. We use the past participle most commonly with the present perfect verb tense. The present perfect verb tense is have or has as your auxiliary verb, and then your past participle, which in this case is come. So I could say, she's come late 3 times this week. She's. Notice that S in my contraction is actually the verb has. She has come, she has, she's come late 3 times this week. Now I'm using the present perfect here because my time reference is unfinished. It starts in the past, but it's an unfinished time reference because this week is still in progress and it's possible for her to come late again. She's come to work late 3 times this week. Now, in the present perfect verb tense, the past participle come doesn't change, but we do conjugate our verb has or have depending on the subject. So if my subject is they, I need the auxiliary verb have. They have, they've come late 3 times this week. So that's how you would use come as the past participle. To summarize, we have our verb to come, and then we have the 3 forms of the verb. The first form, come, the second form, came, and the third form, come. You need to make sure you're conjugating your verb with your time reference and your subject as well. Come is a very common verb in English, so you should definitely feel confident using it in your speech. So to do that, you need to practice. So why don't you leave 3 examples, one with each form of the verb, present simple, past simple, and present perfect. And of course, you can try different subjects as well to make this very challenging, and leave your examples in the comments below. Let's keep going and look at didn't and wasn't. Both of these are the past simple forms, and both of them are past simple negative. Wasn't is the past simple negative form of the verb to be, but wasn't is only used with the subjects I, he, she, and it. Didn't is a past simple negative form, but it's an auxiliary verb, which means it doesn't have a base verb itself. It's used with any base verb. So our sentence structure would be subject, didn't, base verb, to form a complete sentence that's past simple negative. To understand both of these, let's start with a positive sentence in the present. So we'll do a present simple positive sentence, and then we'll see how we can change that sentence into the past simple negative so you can see the transformation of how we use didn't and wasn't. So let's start with our positive present simple sentence for the verb to be. I'm there. I'm there. Pretty simple, right? To be there. I'm there. Or I could say, she's there. Now, I can make this sentence negative in the present simple simply by adding not. I'm not there. She isn't there. But remember, wasn't is the form of the verb to be, and it's negative, but it's used in the past simple. So I need to take my 2 sentences and have a past simple time reference. So let's use yesterday. Yesterday, I know I'm in the past simple, and I know that my sentence is going to be negative. So I can say, Yesterday, she wasn't there. Yesterday, I wasn't there. So that's how the transformation took place from having a present simple positive to present simple negative to past simple negative. And remember, wasn't is only used for the subjects I, he, she, it. So let's do the same thing and see how we can get to didn't. So let's start with a present simple positive sentence. I go to bed at 10:30. So here my verb is go, to go. I go to bed at 10:30. Now, when we take regular verbs, excluding to be as a verb has different rules, okay? So we take regular verbs, like the verb go, we have our positive in the present simple. To form the negative in the present simple, I need an auxiliary verb. And that auxiliary verb that I'm going to use is don't. I don't go to bed at 10:30. This is the auxiliary verb for the subjects I, you, we, and they. I don't go to bed at 10:30. So now I have a negative sentence, but it's in the present simple. It talks about a routine, but I want to talk about a past simple. So I can use the keyword yesterday, so I know I'm in the past simple. Yesterday, I didn't go to bed at 10:30. So to form a negative sentence in the past simple for regular verbs, we need to follow our structure subject, didn't, and then our base verb. Our base verb is go. I didn't go to bed at 10:30 yesterday. So remember, wasn't is only used with the verb to be, and it's only used with the verb to be with the subjects I, he, she, it. Didn't is used for regular verbs in the past simple negative as the auxiliary verb. And your sentence structure is subject, didn't, base verb. That's how you would form complete sentences in the past simple negative. So now is your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 examples, one with wasn't and one with didn't. Put them in the comments below and make sure you have a past simple reference. So it could be yesterday, but it could be other past simple time references as well. You're doing so great. Let's keep going and look at do you and are you. Both of these are question forms in the present simple, but they use different verbs and different structures. So let's begin with are you. Now, are, of course, is the verb to be. So are you is forming a question in the present simple using the verb to be. Our subject is you. So that's why we need are, because that's the conjugated verb to be with our subject you. Now we use the verb to be in the present simple for facts. Facts about the world or facts about ourselves as well. For example, I could ask you, because remember, this is a question, so you're going to ask someone about a fact. So I could ask you, are you American or British? Are you? Are you American or British? Now, another fact would be your job. So I could ask you, are you a software engineer? Now, I could also ask you a fact about your physical description, and I could ask you, for example, are you tall? Assuming we're chatting and I can't see you, so I don't know if you're tall or not, and I could ask, are you tall? Now, let's take a look at the sentence structure. Because using the verb to be in question form, we use something called inversion. So we take our subject and our verb, which would be the structure for a positive sentence, and we invert them, which means we switch them. So our sentence structure for questions using the verb to be in the present simple is verb plus subject plus object. So we know our verb is the verb to be, are, and we know our subject is you because we're only talking about are, so our subject and our verb need to conjugate. Are you? And then I just need my object, the question, the rest of the sentence. Are you tall? Now keep that sentence structure in mind while we take a look at do you. Do you is also a question form in the present simple. The difference is do is an auxiliary verb, which means do doesn't have any meaning in that word. It's only there grammatically. So to have meaning in the sentence, we need a main verb. Do is the auxiliary verb, and we still need a main verb. Now, in the present simple, I'm going to ask you about yourself or about your routine. So, for example, I could ask, do you live in London? So, of course, here, live is our main verb. But I need my auxiliary verb, do. Do you live in London? I can't just do inversion with my subject and verb. If I did that, it would be live you in London? Live you in London? And we know that isn't grammatically correct for English sentence structure. So we need our auxiliary verb do. And do is conjugated with our subject you. Do you live in London? Another question. Do you have a dog? So here, have is our main verb, but I can't say, have you a dog? So I need, do you have a dog? I need my auxiliary verb, do. So compare our two sentence structures, because here our sentence structure is auxiliary verb, subject, main verb. Auxiliary verb is do because our subject is you, and do conjugates with the subject you. Do you, and now we need a main verb, but the form of this is the base verb, which means it's the infinitive without to. So to live, we get rid of to, and we have live. Do you live? And then the rest of the sentence, the object. So with are you, our sentence structure was verb, subject, object. Do you, our sentence structure is auxiliary verb, do, subject, main verb, which is the base verb, and then the object. They're both used in question form with the present simple. And this is something that you absolutely must know to understand basic English sentence structure. So now it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 questions in the comments below, one with do you and one with are you. Amazing job. Now let's look at the difference between ever and never. You can think of ever as at least once, or one or more times. That's ever. Now, never, you can think of this as 0 times. Never, 0 times, not once. Ever and never are commonly used in the present perfect, especially in question form. So let's take a question in the present perfect. Have you been to Banff? Have you been to Banff? Now, in the present perfect, it's extremely common. In fact, it even sounds more natural to me to use the word ever. Have you ever been to Banff? Now, we add ever to present perfect questions because they're asking about life experience. And remember, it means at least once. So if you've been to Banff at least once or more in your life, then you can answer yes to the question. If you've been to Banff 0 times, then you'll say, no, I've never been to Banff. So notice ever, we use it in the question form, but we don't use it in the positive answer. As a positive answer, I would just say, yeah, I've been to Banff once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and I'd give my answer. So let me ask you a question in the present perfect. Have you ever been skydiving? So, have you ever been skydiving? You can put your answer in the comments below, and also why don't you ask us a have you ever question and make it a fun and interesting question. Put that in the comments below. Now, although ever and never are very commonly used in the present perfect, we can also use them in the present simple. Never is very commonly used in the present simple. So remember, it means 0 times. And in the present simple, we're asking about routine actions. So we're asking about the frequency of actions you do. So it would be very common to say never for certain actions. For example, I could say, I never work out at night. I never work out at night. So this is not part of my daily routine. It takes place 0 times in my daily routine. We can use ever in question form in the present simple, although it's much less common than it is in the present perfect. But I could ask you, do you ever work out at night? Now in this case, I'm asking you about the frequency of this action in your daily routine. So as a reply, you're just going to use an adverb of frequency and say, oh, I sometimes work out, I usually work out, I frequently work out, I rarely work out, and you're going to give me your answer. Remember, if it's 0 times, then you use never. I never work out at night. So what about you? Do you ever work out at night? You can put your answer in the comments below, and at the same time, why don't you ask your fellow students a question using do you ever? So remember, this is a present simple question. You're asking about the frequency of that action in their daily routine. So now you know the difference between ever and never, and remember to do all the practice in the comments below. This is our last section. Now let's look at the difference between for or since. I hear so many mistakes with these 2 words, and as we go through this lesson, you'll complete quizzes to make sure you really understand how to use for and since. Now, there's a specific time that you need to choose either for or since. They're not interchangeable, and it will make your sentence grammatically incorrect if you're using the wrong one. So first, let's talk about for. We use for duration, okay? So you can think of it as a time that has a start and an end, a duration of time. For example, for 20 minutes, for 3 weeks, for 7 months, or how about for 12 years? Now we use since with a specific time. So you can think of it as a precise moment in time. For example, 9 a.m. last Monday, June 3rd, 2014. So that's the first thing you need to know to use these correctly. For is a duration of time, and since is a specific time. Now let's talk about the verb tenses that you need for each. So here's a little quiz for you. I'm going to show you some sentences using for in different verb tenses. And I want you to tell me which ones are correct and which ones are incorrect. And keep in mind, we're talking about the verb tense specifically. So that's what you need to look at. So I'll show you the example sentences now. So which ones are correct and which ones are incorrect? Let us know in the comments. Well, I hate to break it to you, but this was a trick question because they're all correct. And the point is that for can be used with many different verb tenses. It's quite diverse in that way. Now, let's do the same thing, but this time we'll do it with since. So again, the time references are all correct. I'm using them all with specific time, but let's take a look at the verb tenses. So I'll show you the sentences and I want you to let us know which ones are correct and incorrect. So how'd you do with this one? How about in the comments, let us know which ones are correct, okay? Put it in the comments. Now this one wasn't a trick question because since is a lot more limited. So here are our example sentences. The only correct ones were number 1 and number 3. You can use since with the present perfect and the present perfect continuous. The reason why is because since we use this for an action that started in the past but continues until now, and we actually don't know when that action is going to end. But it's important, it started in the past, continues till now, and is still in progress. That's when we can use since. All right, so now you know that for is used for a duration of time and it's very diverse. You can use it with many different verb tenses. You know that since we need a specific time and you can use it with the present perfect and the present perfect continuous. Now let me show you a sentence that I see almost every day and it's wrong. And the sentence is, I've been learning English since 2 years. All right, this sentence is wrong. Now, I want you to take this sentence and make it a correct sentence. You're going to need to change either the for or since or the time reference, okay? So make your change and put the correct sentence in the comments below. And also, I want you to practice your own sentence. So leave a comment and use a sentence with for and a sentence with since. First, you're going to learn the difference between on time and in time. Let's start off with on time. Now, we use on time to refer to a specific time. And it's a specific time that something will happen. And we commonly use this with scheduled events. For example, traffic was terrible, but thankfully I got to the meeting on time. So of course you can imagine that there's a scheduled time that meeting will start. The meeting will start at, let's say, 3 o'clock. So if you get to the meeting at 3 o'clock or before, then you're on time. If you get to the meeting at 3:01 or after, then you're what? You're late, right? So that would be the opposite of on time, late. Now, you could also make a general statement and say, I'm always on time. So notice it's in the present simple because it's a routine action, which means I always get to my scheduled events on or before the time they're supposed to start, the time they're scheduled to start. I'm always on time. So what about you? Are you always on time? Let us know in the comments. And if not, what adverb would you use? I'm sometimes on time, I'm usually on time, I'm rarely on time, or I'm never on time. So let us know in the comments which one best describes you. Now let's talk about in time. In time simply means that you have sufficient time. So you can think of it as to have enough time to do something, to do what you want to do or to do what you need to do. But the real difference that you need to keep in mind is that there isn't a scheduled start time, okay? So let's imagine that I need to buy some eggs, okay? Because I'm going to make a cake. So I need to buy some eggs. Now, it will take me 15 minutes to drive to the store and then 5 minutes to get my eggs. So the amount of time I need is 20 minutes. Now let's say that the store closes in 25 minutes. So I don't have a lot of time, right? But remember, there isn't a scheduled time that I need to get to the store. I don't have an appointment at the store to buy eggs, right? So that's the thing. There isn't a scheduled time, but I need a sufficient amount of time to buy my eggs before the store closes. So maybe I could say, oh no, I'm not going to get there in time. I'm not going to get there in time. Because remember, I need 20 minutes to complete this task, but the store closes in 25 minutes. Of course, might take me a little bit longer, right? So I might be concerned, oh no, I'm not going to get there in time. It's like saying, I don't have enough time to do what I want to do. But let's say, thankfully, there was no traffic at all and I got there in 15 minutes. Then I could say, whew, I got here in time. I got here in time. It's not on time because there isn't a scheduled event. It's in time simply because it means I have enough time, sufficient time to do what I need to do. Buy eggs before the store closes. So it's a very subtle difference, right? And I think the easiest way for you to know which one should I use is just remember on time is for a scheduled event. If you have a meeting that starts at a scheduled time, an appointment, a class, anything like that, then you would use on time. And if you're just talking about having enough time, sufficient time, then you use in time. The best way to feel confident with these is really to practice. So I want you to leave 2 examples for each. 2 examples for on time and 2 examples for in time. Put them in the comments below and that way I can review them, and if I see any mistakes then I can correct them and address them. So now you know the difference between on time and in time. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. How did you do with that quiz? Make sure you share your score in the comments below and let's continue on to the next group. Now let's talk about the difference between affect and effect. Affect. Is this a noun or a verb? Put it in the comments below. Noun or a verb? Did you get it? Are you sure? Do you know which one? Affect is a verb, okay? Verb, it's an action word. So brain association, affect, action. Affect, action. That can be an easy way for you to remember that. Okay, so now I'm going to make this very easy for you. Put it in the comments. Effect, is that a noun or a verb? What do you think? Put it in the comments. Well, of course, if affect is a verb, then effect is a noun. So really, right there, boom, you know the difference. Because like I said, if you know if one's a verb and one's a noun, then based on sentence structure, only one of them can be used. But let me give you some examples so you can really see the difference. And then at the end, I'm going to show you how you can actually use affect and effect in the same sentence. And this does happen more than you would think. So let's start with affect. Like I said, affect is a verb. So for sentence structure, something affects something. That's really the structure that you need to remember. So let's see, before we go any further, if you can think of an example sentence using affect. Put it in the comments. Pause the video if you need. Put that example sentence using affect in the comments below. Did you put one in the comments? Okay, here's mine. The dry weather affected the crops. Remember our sentence structure. We have something. What's the something? Put it in the comments. What's the something? The dry weather, right? That's our something. Something affects something. The dry weather affected the crops. So the other something is, put it in the comments, it's the crop. So we have something affects something. But what do you notice about affect in this sentence? It's a verb, right? So what verb tense is this sentence in? What verb tense is this in? Put it in the comments below. The dry weather affected past simple. So we know this is a completed action in the past. And that's what you need to remember. With affect, because it's a verb, it's going to be conjugated in different structures based on the context of the sentence. Now, because affect is a verb, I can take this sentence and put it in the present simple, for example. I can put it in a different verb tense, which simply just changes the meaning. So pause the video if you need and think about what would this sentence be in the present simple. And when you have your answer, put it in the comments below. So take your time, pause the video if you need. The dry weather affected the crops. What would that be in the present simple? Do you have it? It would be the dry weather affects the crops. Did you get that S? Yeah, I made it really dramatic there. Obviously, you wouldn't say that in real situation. But just so you remember, affect is a verb. The dry weather as a subject would be what? It, right? It affects the crops. So we need to remember to conjugate our verb. And in the present simple, we add an S to he, she, it verbs, okay? The dry weather affects the crops. So it's important for you to remember that affect is what? A noun or a verb? Put it in the comments. It's a verb, and because of that, it needs to be conjugated according to the time reference and according to the subject as well. Now, let's move on to effect. Effect is what? A noun or a verb? Put it in the comments. Effect is a noun, and you can think of it as the result of something, okay? Because remember, nouns are people, places, or things. So in this case, it's like a thing. It's the result of something. It's a A thing, it's a noun. Effect. And remember, because it's a noun, it could have an article, or it could be singular or plural. Those would be our choices with a noun. So let's take a look at an example. I could say, the effect of the dry weather was devastating. The effect, okay? I'm starting my sentence with the noun. The effect of, notice that sentence structure, the effect of something. The something is the dry weather. The effect of the dry weather was devastating. So here, because it's a noun, I need my article in front of it. The effect. Another example, I could ask, did this policy have any negative effects? So notice here, what's different about the noun? I made it plural, right? And I'm not using an article in that case. Did the policy have any negative effects? So were there any results of the policy, and were any of those results negative? Now, just for fun, let's take a look at a sentence using both effect and effect. The side effects of this medication can negatively affect your liver. So pause the video if you need and think about this example. So the side effects. There we're using it as a noun. And that's a very common way we use this as a noun, talking about side effects or the effects of something, like in our previous example. The side effects of this medication can negatively affect your liver. And of course here, something affects something. So it's really the side effects that affect your liver as the something. So this really isn't that uncommon of a situation to see effect and effect in the same sentence. So to summarize, remember, effect is what? A noun or a verb? Put it in the comments. A verb. And effect is, put it in the comments, a noun. So that should be a great trick to help you instantly know which one you need to use. Now, let's end by going back to my original email that I was writing. So remember, I wrote, do you think this could have it? So what do you think? In this example, do I need affect or effect? Do I need a noun or a verb? Put it in the comments below. Pause the video if you need, think about it, and then put it in the comments. Do you think this could have affected it? Because I need a verb. Something affects something. And of course, this verb is conjugated according to the sentence. All right, so now you know the difference between affect and effect. This is an advanced topic, and you're going to need to practice and review this. So why don't we start now? Put in the comments below an example sentence with affect and an example sentence with effect, and bonus points, major bonus points, if you can think of an example sentence that uses both affect and effect. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. How did you do with that quiz? Make sure you share your score in the comments below, and let's continue on to the next group. I see lots of mistakes with this next one. Let's talk about the difference between borrow and lend. Now let's go back to my original question for you at the beginning. Hey, can you borrow me your car? What do you think about this sentence? Can you borrow me your car? Do you think that this sentence is correct? or incorrect? Put your answers in the comments. So you can say right or wrong, thumbs up, thumbs down, yes or no, whatever you need. Put your answer in the comments. Hey, can you borrow me your car? Did you get your answer in the comments? Okay, this is what I hear quite a lot from students, even really advanced students, but I have to break it to you. That's incorrect. And to a native speaker, it's like, what? Borrow me? Huh? It does not sound good. It's because the sentence structure is incorrect, okay? So while I'm explaining the difference between borrow and lend, you really need to pay attention to that sentence structure. So let's start with borrow. Now, when you use borrow, you need to understand that you're the one receiving the item. Let's compare that to lend. When you use lend, you're the one giving the item. Now let's take a look at the sentence structure. With borrow, you borrow something. You borrow something. This is why my original sentence sounded so weird. It might not sound weird to you, but trust me, to a native speaker, that just sounds like nails on a chalkboard because that's not the sentence structure. You do not borrow someone, okay? When I said, can you borrow me your car? Can you borrow me your car? That's incorrect sentence structure. But there's a really easy fix. All you need to do is get rid of the someone because it's borrow something, right? So to make my original sentence correct, what would I need to do? Now remember, with borrow, you receive. So as a question, it would be, can I borrow your car? Because I'm the one receiving the car. So can I borrow your car? Can I receive your car temporarily, of course? So let me know in the comments. Can I borrow your car? So now it's your turn to practice borrow. Okay, so let me start you off with the beginning of the sentence. Can I borrow? We're going to use this as a question form. So put in the comments, can I borrow? And fill in the blank. So you need to identify the something. It could be anything. Can I borrow your cell phone charger, your pen, your earrings? Can I borrow $50? It can be anything. Put your example in the comments to make sure you practice this structure. Now let's compare the sentence structure with lend. This is why these two are confused, because with lend, you lend someone something. So with lend, we have the someone identified, okay? So perhaps I'm feeling really generous and I say to you, I can lend you my car this weekend. I can lend you my car this weekend. Because remember, with lend, you give. So I'm giving my car. That's as a positive statement. I can lend someone something. I can lend you my car this weekend. All right, so now it's time for you to practice lend. Now, with lend as an offer is going to be as a positive statement. I can lend you, and then we need the something. We can change our subject, right? It could be, she can lend you. She can lend him. My boss can lend my coworker. We can play around with those subjects, okay? But make sure your sentence structure is subject, lend, someone, something. So put your example in the comments to practice. So what are you going to offer to lend me? I'm excited to find out. Now, one important note before we wrap up. Let's go back to my beginning sentence, which was incorrect. Can you borrow me your car? Can you borrow me your car? So that sentence is incorrect. But there's another way we can change this sentence to make it a question. And that question would be, can you lend me your car? Can you lend me your car? So notice, although lend means to give, notice that subject, right? Can you lend me? So although lend means to give, you're the one giving and I'm the one receiving, right? So in that case, can you lend me your car is exactly the same as, do you know what I'm about to say? It's exactly the same as, put it in the comments if you do, huge bonus points if you get this. Can you lend me your car is exactly the same as, can I borrow your car? So you may need to pause the video and think about it because you need to keep in mind the direction of who's giving, who's receiving, and you need to pay attention to that sentence structure as well. So that's a final exercise you can do before you leave. In the comments, write your own example using the two different questions, although keep in mind that they mean exactly the same thing. So try that out and see if you can get that as well. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. How did you do with that quiz? Make sure you share your score in the comments below and let's continue on to the next group. You're doing awesome. Let's continue on and review compare to and compare with. Now, first, let's talk about the verb compare, to compare. As a verb, this means to identify the similarities and or differences between two things. There are two prepositions that you can use, compare to or compare with. So let's start with compare to. As for sentence structure, you compare something to something. Remember, compare is a verb, so you need to conjugate it with your subject and time reference. When you compare something to something, it means that you're examining two things to identify their similarities. You're focusing on how A is similar to B. You're looking at A and B, and you're trying to see how are they alike. What are the similarities? That's how we use compare to. So for example, I could say, many people are comparing this election to the one in 1968. So we have the election in 2020 and the election in 1968. So you're putting them side by side and you're doing that so you can see how are these similar? What are the commonalities? What is the likeness between these two? Now let's talk about compare with. The sentence structure is exactly the same. We're just changing the preposition. So you compare something with something. In this case, you have your two things, A and B, and you put them side by side to look at their similarities and or differences, but with a focus on the differences. So you're trying to see, how are they different? What does A have that's different from B? So that's more what you're doing when you compare something with something. So I could also say, thinking about our last example, I could say, let's compare this candidate with this candidate, okay? So we have candidate A, candidate B. I'm going to put them side by side, but this time I want to see how they're different. What is this one doing that this one isn't doing? How are they different? So that's all you need to know. Compare to, focus on similarities. Compare with, focus on differences. Now here's the thing. Native speakers generally don't follow this rule. I'll be honest, I don't follow this rule, okay? And when native speakers don't follow this rule, we just use them interchangeably. So I don't think about whether I'm comparing similarities or differences. And compare to is the more common preposition. Interestingly, in the past, like many years ago, with was the more common preposition, and they used it for both. But now in modern usage of English, I don't know why, but it's more common just to use to. And most native speakers don't use a difference between it, okay? I don't, like I said. So whether or not you actually want to follow this rule, I'll leave it up to you, but I don't. And most of the people that I know don't either. In fact, I don't really know anybody that does follow this rule. But since it was a question, I wanted you to know by definition in a textbook what the answer is. And this is a great example of how we have textbook English, which is quite rigid and very strict about usage of words and language. But then we have real English, everyday English, which is a lot more flexible. And I use everyday English. I don't use textbook English, and I always encourage my students to use everyday English as well. So ultimately, the choice is yours. But regardless, why don't you try 2 examples in the comments below. One with compare to, you can focus on similarities. One with compare with, you can focus on differences. And then why don't you just do a 3rd example where you're using them interchangeably. And I recommend using compare to because that's the more common choice. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause. Take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. How did you do with that quiz? Make sure you share your score in the comments below, and let's continue on to the next group. This next one confuses a lot of native speakers. Let's talk about the difference between compliment with an I and compliment with an E. Now, first of all, you need to know that there's no difference in pronunciation, okay? So if you're using this in spoken English, it doesn't really matter which one you use because they sound exactly the same. But in written English, there's a difference, okay? So just keep that in mind. Now, these 2 words have very different meanings. Let's start with compliment. Compliment is a verb, okay? To compliment. And for sentence structure, something complements something. Now remember, it's a verb, so it needs to be conjugated according to the sentence. What does this mean? It means to add to something, or to complete something, or simply to go together nicely. Here's a really easy example for you. When I am doing my makeup, I think when I'm choosing my lipstick color, I think, what lipstick would complement my shirt, for example. Or when I'm picking out a shirt, I might think, what shirt would complement my pants? Which combination of things go nicely together? Does this lipstick add to my shirt? Does it complement it? Or does it take away from my shirt? And in that case, it doesn't complement it. So that's a very easy example. If you're a guy, probably picking out a tie. What tie would complement the shirt you're wearing? Now let's take a really fun example. Here we have a delicious piece of apple pie, my favorite pie flavor. Now think about this, okay? Thinking about our definition, to add to complete, to go nicely together. What do you think would complement this apple pie? There's no right or wrong answer. What you think would complement this pie could be very different than what I think. But do you think there are other food items or beverage items that could complement this piece of apple pie? Put your answer in the comments. What complements this apple pie? Remember, it's a verb, so you need to conjugate it accordingly when you put your example in the comments. So stop, pause the video if you need, and put it in the comments. What complements this apple pie? Well, many things could. The first thing I thought of was ice cream. Ice cream definitely complements apple pie, in my opinion. You may disagree, and that's okay. Whipped cream complements apple pie. Now, I've heard many people put a piece of cheese on apple pie, and they think that cheese really complements apple pie. That's one that's for me a little bit, I don't know, it sounds a little weird, but lots of people think that cheese complements apple pie. Now thinking about beverages, maybe a cup of coffee or tea or even hot chocolate, hot apple cider could complement this apple pie. A glass of milk could complement this apple pie. Lots of different options could complement this apple pie. So now you know what complement with an E means. So put an example sentence in the comments. Pause the video and think of an example sentence. And remember, our structure is something complements something. And it's a verb, so you need to conjugate your verb accordingly. Pause the video, put your example in the comments. Now let's talk about complement with an I. This can be both a verb, to complement, and a noun, a complement, or complements. The meaning is completely different than complement with an E. They don't relate to each other at all, okay? So they're completely separate words. Complement with an I, you can think of them as kind words of praise or approval. So if you write in the comments, "Hey Jennifer, awesome video," you can pause right now and write that in the comments. Do it. Just do it, okay? It's part of the example. So pause the video and write, "Hey Jennifer, awesome video." Right there, you just complimented me. Notice, you just complimented me. Is that a noun or a verb? What do you think? Noun or verb? Put it in the comments. You just complimented me. Well, it's a verb, and you can probably identify that it's a verb because it's conjugated in the past simple. You just complimented me because you just did the action, right? It's completed. You wrote in the comments. You complimented me. I could also say you complimented my video. I could say that as well. And this simply means you offered me words of praise, words of approval, and kind words. Now, if I'm walking down the street and you see me, you say, "Hey, I really like that sweater." You just complimented me. You complimented my sweater. Or if I smile and you're like, "Jennifer, you have such a nice smile." You just complimented me, okay? So all these small little nice words, those are compliments. Those are compliments. Right there. Did I use it as a noun or a verb? Those kind words, those are compliments. Here, it's a noun, okay? So as a noun, it's a thing, like that word of approval, that word of praise. It's a thing. Now, of course, you can compliment somebody's smile, their hair, their earrings, their clothing, things like that. But in a workplace, hopefully you're going to offer compliments, noun. Hopefully you're going to offer compliments based on their work, based on their performance, right? So anytime your coworker or your employee does a good job, you can pay them a compliment. Pay them a compliment. You can also give them a compliment. Those are two verbs that we use interchangeably with the noun. So you can give someone a compliment, you can pay someone a compliment, okay? So let's say you're in a meeting and your coworker gives a presentation. At the end of the presentation, you can say, that was a really amazing presentation. You did an awesome job. Right there, you just gave your coworker a compliment, okay? You paid your coworker a compliment. Those two sentence structures are interchangeable and they're using the noun form. Now, you can also use the verb form. So pause the video and think, how could I take this example and change it into the verb form? What do you think? Write it in the comments below. How could I take this and change it into the verb form, to compliment? Do you have it? You just complimented your coworker. You complimented their presentation. You complimented them. So in this case, you need to remember that the meaning is very different between compliment, and also how you use them. Because compliment with an I can be used as both a verb and a noun. So I want you to get comfortable with both of these forms. So pause the video and write in the comments an example with the noun and the verb. So why don't you tell us the last time that you gave someone a compliment and the last time that you complimented someone, using the same sentence in both a noun and a verb form. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. How did you do with that quiz? Make sure you share your score in the comments below, and let's continue on to the next group. Lots of students make mistakes with the next pair. Let's review elder and older. Both of these are used to talk about advanced age when making a comparison. So in order to make that comparison, we need two people. One needs to be younger and one needs to be older. So let's take Don and Ed. And let's say that Don is 15 and Ed is 18. So of course, Don is younger and Ed is older. Now let's say Don and Ed are brothers. So Don's speaking, and Don could say, Ed is my older brother. My older brother. Using older to make that comparison between the ages and is to describe what type of brother he is. Now, Don could also say, Ed is my elder brother. Technically, Don can say this, but if Don is a native English speaker in North America, Don is not going to say that, because although according to a dictionary and a grammar rule, you can use elder to replace older in a comparison between two people to talk about their age. We don't do that, okay? To me, it sounds awkward, it sounds unnatural, and it's not something I hear. So my recommendation to you is to use older. Even though elder is grammatically correct, I still want you to use older because it will help you sound more natural. Now, we can also make a general statement and say Ed is older than Don. So notice here, I'm using older than. That's a comparative adjective. Olders are adjective, than we have our comparative adjective. Ed is older than Don. Now, in this case, I cannot say, grammatically, I cannot say Ed is elder than Don. We don't use elder than. It doesn't exist as a comparative adjective, and that's according to grammar as well. So you might be wondering, if I'm telling you don't use elder when you're talking about ages between two people, when can you use elder? Should you ever use it? Well, there is one specific case that we commonly use it in North America, and that's using elder as a noun, okay? Not an adjective, as a noun. And an elder would be one, and elders would be a group. They are senior citizens. And using the name elder sounds respectful. It sounds like a nice thing to say. It's certainly more polite than describing them as old people, right? Just describing them as elders. It's a sign of respect and it's very polite. But we use this for senior citizens. Now, honestly, my definition of a senior citizen is probably about someone who's 80 or older. 80 or older. Why? Because I think in today's modern world, people are working well into their 70s. So maybe previously you'd be considered a senior citizen at 70 or maybe even 65, but I don't see that in this modern world. When I see a 70-year-old, I see somebody who's still working, still traveling. When I think of elder, I think of like grandmas and grandpas sitting in a rocking chair, like knitting, okay? So in my mind, it's someone who's about 80 or older. So we have an expression, it's just like a common saying, always respect your elders. I heard this all the time when I was growing up as a kid. Always respect your elders. And keep in mind, elders as a group, as a noun, remember, just senior citizens, people who are 80 plus. This isn't people in your direct family. So it's not just talking about my grandmother, my grandfather, or anything like that, my great uncle, great uncle. No, it's about any senior citizen. Okay, it doesn't have to be related to you. So when we say like always respect your elders, I imagine if I'm on a bus, for example, public transportation, and an elder enters the bus, gets on the bus, I would give my seat to that elder person. Why? Because that's how we respect our elders. Or same thing, if I was in a grocery store, I would let the elder person go in front of me. But remember, that is 80 plus, senior citizen. So that's an expression that we have, always respect your elders. So let me know in the comments, is that an expression that you have in your country? I'm sure it's a universal concept. And what's something that you do to respect your elders? So for me, I always open doors. I let them go ahead of me in lines. I even offer to carry their bags if they look heavy, things like that. I always try to help out elders. What about you? What's something you do? Now, so that's how I would recommend using elders, to refer to a group of senior citizens. And to summarize, when you're just talking about your brother or a family member that is more advanced in age, use older. Don't use elder. You'll sound more natural. So now you have everything you need to use these two confidently, so feel free, leave 2 comments below, one with older, one with elder. I already told you how to use elder. Give us an example of how you respect your elders. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. How did you do with that quiz? Make sure you share your score in the comments below, and let's continue on to the next group. I get questions a lot on the difference between employ, employer, employee, and employment. Let's review these now. Let's start with employ. This is a verb, to employ. As a verb, of course, you need to conjugate it with your subject and your time reference. Now, what does this mean? Well, you need to understand the sentence structure of how to use this verb, and someone or something like a company, someone employs someone. And when that someone or something like a company employs someone, that means that they pay them money in order to do a job. That's what the verb employ means. So let's look at some examples. I could say the company employs many students. Now you might think, oh, as a student, they're just doing the work for free, volunteer work, or it's an internship. No, it can't. If you use the verb employ, there has to be money exchanged for work. So it isn't volunteer. Even though that person is a student, if a company employs them, it means they're paying them to do that job. Another example, you could commonly ask, how many people does your company employ? How many people work at your company and receive money in order to do that work? Employee is a noun. You are most likely an employee. If you work for someone else, whether it's a company or an individual, and that someone pays you money to do the work, then you're an employee. You're not an employee if you own your own business and you work for yourself, for example. But if you work for someone else or a company, of course, then you're an employee. Now, as an example, you can ask the same question that we asked before using the verb employ, but this time you would ask, how many employees? How many employees does this company have? Because now we know an employee is someone who works for a company and is paid for it. How many employees does this company have? Or another example, the company gave every employee a raise. So every person at that company that receives a paycheck, they gave them all a raise. All their employees got a raise. Now let's talk about employer. I hear many students, even sometimes native speakers, confuse employee and employer. All you have to remember is employee is the one getting paid and the employer is the one paying the employee, okay? So employer, that's like the boss, it's the company. Employee is the one working at that company and getting paid. So you can think of it as an employer is a company or a person that employs people, now that you know what the verb employ means. For example, let's say you're going to a job interview and they say to you, HR says to you, we need a reference from your last employer, So the last person or company that employed you. Notice how all these words are coming together. Or another example, and this could be a great example sentence that you leave in the comments below, so just think of this. I could say, the government is the largest employer in my city. And this is true because I live in the capital, and in the capital, that's where all the official government business takes place. So the government is the biggest employer in my city. The government employs the most people. So all the employees, they're employees of the government. See how it's all coming together? Now, finally, employment. Employment, you can think of this more as a concept. It's a noun, and it's the concept of paying someone for work. But as a concept, we talk about it more in terms of employment rate, employment level. So you'll see employment used in a lot of statistics. For example, they might say right now, employment levels are at an all-time low. So employment levels, that's simply the number of people employed. Now also, they talk about unemployment. Unemployment, of course, are the people that are not employed, are not working for money, right? So you might say the unemployment rate in my city is really high. So the number of people who are not employed. So now you know how to use employ, employee, employer, and employment. So definitely it's your turn to practice. Try writing 4 sentences, leave them in the comments below, and then feel free to leave a 5th bonus sentence and see how many you can use in one sentence, because they all relate together. So you might need to watch this video again. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause. Take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. How did you do with that quiz? Make sure you share your score in the comments below, and let's continue on to the next group. You're doing so awesome. Our final pair is the difference between income and revenue. First of all, you only need to know this if you own a business or if you're interested in business topics. Because if you're an individual who works for a company, if you're an employee, you're employed by a company, all you need to be concerned about is income. Revenue does not apply to you, okay? But you might be interested to know about the revenue that your company generates. But an individual does not generate revenue. A company generates revenue. So just keep that in mind. So for an individual, let's say you work for a company and you're just concerned about the money in your pocket as an employee. What is income? Income is how much money you make from all sources. All sources, okay? So what does that mean, all sources? Well, let's say that you are a full-time employee, okay? And let's say you have a salary and you make $75,000 a year. But in addition to your full-time employment, you're also an artist. And you like to paint in your spare time. But twice a year, you go to art shows on weekends and you sell your art. You don't consider this a job because you love painting. It's just a hobby of yours, but your paintings are really wonderful and people want to buy them. So you go to these art shows and you sell your paintings twice a year. And from those art shows, you make $20,000 from your art. So your income is not just the money you get from your employer. Your income is all sources of money that you receive. So of course your employer is probably going to be the most important income source, I imagine. But if you have any sort of hobbies that you generate money from, even if you have a garage sale and you make $1,000, technically that's still your income. You sell a bike and you make $100. You would include that in your total income. So your total income is the money you make from all sources. Now, let's go back to the concept of revenue versus income. But remember, this is something that only applies to businesses. Small businesses, large businesses, it doesn't matter. Any type of business. So in a business, revenue is the money generated from all sales. So let's say a company has 5 different products and each of those products generates some money, and then you add all of those together and that company generates $25 million that year. That's the revenue, the money generated from all sales. Now, what's income in a company? Income is the revenue, which we just learned, the revenue minus the expenses. That leaves you with the income. So let's say you generate that $25 million, but to do that, you needed to spend $10 million in advertisement. So your revenue is $25 million, but your income is your revenue minus your expenses, so your income is $15 million. Now, just in case you're wondering, that is also referred to as net profit. That's just a little bonus expression for you. So there you have it. That's the difference between revenue and income. So now it's your turn to practice. Why don't you leave 2 examples in the comments below, one using revenue and one using income. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. First, let's talk about the difference between sympathy and empathy. So let's give a scenario. Let's imagine that your friend Ted just lost his job. So this could be a situation, a negative situation, where you want to give some sympathy or some empathy. So if you want to give Ted sympathy, you're going to say something like, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," or "Oh, that's too bad. That really sucks." So you're going to say those words to Ted, but then you're going to go on with the rest of your day. You're going to be happy, you're going to have fun, you're going to do whatever, and you're not really going to think about Ted and his situation anymore. Because sympathy is at the surface level, okay? A situation happens to a friend, a colleague, a coworker, a family member, someone you know, and then you just use your words to offer some words of support, words of comfort, and then you go on with your day. What is empathy, though? Empathy is deeper. Empathy is about emotion. Empathy isn't really about words. Empathy is about trying to understand the emotion that Ted is feeling. So trying to either imagine what Ted must be feeling right now because he just lost his job, the stress he must be feeling, the insecurity, the frustration, the anger, the lack of confidence, whatever emotions that Ted's feeling, you want to understand them. But you want to almost take those emotions on and you feel those emotions. So even though Ted lost his job, you feel the pain of Ted losing his job. And by doing that, you're able to offer more comfort and more support to Ted because you truly want to understand what it feels like. Now, because of that, empathy is really not about words. Empathy is about emotion. So how could you show Ted that you have empathy for his situation? Well, you might sit beside Ted on the couch and just put your arm around him or give him a hug. Or maybe you show your emotion by even having some tears in your eyes as Ted is telling you about how he lost his job and how he's not sure how he's gonna pay his mortgage. You don't say anything, but you show Ted that you understand what he's going through because you might have some visible tears in your eyes, or you put your hand on his shoulder, on his knee, or you just sit there silently and allow the emotion to be present. That's empathy. Empathy is at a much deeper level. And then when you leave, so you say goodbye to Ted, okay, and then you go home, and even though Ted is in his home and you're in your home, you still feel it. You still feel the emotion. You're still a little bit sad yourself. That's empathy. It's way deeper of an emotion. So to summarize, sympathy is about offering words of comfort, but it's step 1, offering the words of comfort. And then you offer those words of comfort, and then you just go about your day, go about your life as normal. Empathy is about taking it further, and it's no longer about words, it's about emotions, and it's trying to understand what someone is feeling or the situation that they're going through at a deeper level, so you can offer support to that person. So that's the difference between sympathy and empathy. As these are more concepts, we don't really use them in sentences. So I know I usually ask you to practice in the comments below. However, you might not really be able to practice sentences using these words. So because of that, maybe you can just talk about a scenario where you might want to offer someone sympathy and then a scenario where you want to offer someone empathy. Or you can think back to a time in your life where you did offer someone sympathy and then someone empathy. So maybe you can just talk about those scenarios more to practice using these expressions. Amazing job. Let's move on and look at the difference between relate to and related to. So first, let's talk about how to use to relate to something. When you relate to something, it means you understand a situation or you understand someone's feelings. And the reason why you understand that situation or someone's feelings is because you've had a similar experience. You've experienced it yourself. And because of that, you understand the situation or how someone feels. So let's say your coworker comes up to you and says, "Oh, this project is really stressing me out." Now imagine that in the past, you were on that exact same project and you experienced stress when you were on that project. You've had the same experience. Because of that, you can just say, "I can relate to that. I can relate to that." And what is the that? Well, the that is feeling stressed out on the project. You've experienced the exact same feelings that your coworker is experiencing now. And because you can relate to that, you can probably have a different conversation. You can have a more in-depth conversation, or maybe you can share some tips and advice because you've had that same experience. Here's a great example I saw on Youglish. We can all relate to having doubt or feeling insecure about certain things, right? And you agree with that, right? You can relate to having doubt. You can relate to feeling insecure. If I ask you, can you relate to that? I'm asking you, have you ever experienced that in your life? And if you've never experienced doubt and you've never experienced insecurity, well then you're not human, right? Because we've all experienced it, right? Of course we have. It's a human emotion. We experience all emotions, negative and positive. Now, why might you say something like this? Well, likely because you want to connect to whoever you're talking to. If a student is coming to me and telling me how insecure they feel about using their English in public, I can let them know that I can relate to that. And if the student feels like, "Oh, Jennifer has experienced this as well," then they might be more open to hearing the advice I have to share. Or they might just feel closer to me, more connected to me because we've had that same experience. So that's how we feel connected to each other. It's through shared experiences, right? So it's really powerful to try to relate to somebody's experience or to let them know that you can relate to what they're feeling or what they're experiencing right now. Now, notice in our Youglish example, what do you notice about the verb? We have relate to, and then what do you notice? Relate to having. And notice it's also relate to feeling. Both of our verbs are in the gerund. This is a gerund expression. When you want to use a verb next, I can relate to feeling, having, wanting, missing, needing. Whatever verb you have next is going to be in the gerund. So make sure you pay attention to that when you're forming your sentences. Now let's talk about to be related to someone. When you're related to someone, it means that they are a family member. They're part of your family. You share the same blood, genes, DNA. You come from the same family. Even if it's a great, 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 great aunt or uncle, even if it's a very distant family member, you're still related to them. To be related to someone. So let's say your friend invites you to their family reunion. And at a family reunion, everybody is going to be related, right? Well, not everybody, because of course other people could bring friends or people they're just dating, for example. They're not related to them. That's a very important point. You're not related to your spouse, the person you're married to, because that would mean you share the same DNA and genes and blood, and that's just a little creepy, right? No, you're not related to your spouse. You're married to them, you're part of their family, but you're not relatives. You're not blood relatives, right? You're related to your mother, father, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, grandmother, grandfather, and cousins, and then the second, the third, the extended family as well, down the family tree. But you're not related to the person you're married to. So you're at this family reunion with your friend, and as you're meeting new people, of course you're gonna ask your friend, oh, how are you related to that person? How are you related to Frank? Oh, he's my second cousin. How are you related to Mary? Oh, she's my aunt. How are you related to Jim? Oh, actually, I'm not related to him. He's married to my aunt. Because you're not related to your aunt's husband, right? Because you're not in the same blood line, the same DNA, the same genes as your aunt's husband. Yes, the husband is part of your family, but you're not directly related to them. Okay, so there is a difference between someone in your family and then being related to someone. So as you can see, there's a big difference between when you relate to something or you relate to someone's feelings and you are related to someone. So there's that difference in sentence structure because it's to be related with the ed, to be related to, but then there's a huge difference in the meaning as well. When you can relate to someone's feelings, you understand their feelings because you've experienced the same thing. And when you're related to someone, you share the same DNA, the same blood, the same genes. They're a member of your blood family. So now you know how to use relate to someone's feelings and to be related to someone. So it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 examples in the comments below. Amazing job. Let's keep going with the difference between either and neither. I'm going to make this explanation real easy for you, and by the end of the video, you'll feel confident using either and neither in sentences. This is definitely an area I see lots of mistakes with, but not just with non-native English speakers. I see this with my friends, with my colleagues, with native English speakers as well. So don't worry too much about this, but I will make it easy for you to remember. Now, before we go any further, I just want you to know that the pronunciation is flexible. So you can say neither, neither, either, either. Okay, there's no difference. I might even change them throughout the video. If I do, there's no difference at all. I tend to use either and neither, and that's generally what I hear being used in North America. With that said, let's talk about the difference between either and neither, and let's start with either. In terms of structure, it's going to be either noun or noun. And we use this structure when we're choosing between 2 options. It's really important that it's only 2 options. We don't use it with 3 and we don't use it with 4. We use it with 2 options. Let's take a look at an example. Either Mike or John will help you. So as you can see, we have our structure either, noun, or noun, right? Now, in terms of meaning, both of these situations are possible. It's possible that Mike will help you. It's possible that John will help you. Now, it's important to note that it's only one person that will help you in the end. So in the end, you will have Mike or John. Either Mike or John will help you. So let's take a moment and practice now that we know how to form a sentence using either or. So pause the video if you need. Think of an example. Remember, the structure is either, noun, or noun, and then the rest of your sentence. So think about what your sentence is and then put it in the comments below. Now, before we move on, let's talk about different sentence structures using either. Now, it's definitely possible that the nouns, Mike and John in this scenario, the nouns have already been identified, okay? And if that's the case, there are some other sentence structures that you can use. In fact, there are 3 possibilities. They mean exactly the same thing. So let's say that our nouns have already been identified. So I could say, Mike and John are in the office today. So we already set the context that Mike and John are our nouns, right? I don't need to repeat that information. So I could say, Mike and John are in the office today. Either one will help you. Notice here, either one, okay? Of course, either one is Mike and one is John. I don't need to repeat those nouns because I said them at the beginning part of my sentence. In this case, I can simply say, either one will help you. Now, remember I said there's 3 different choices of sentence structure. I could also say, either one of them will help you. So notice here, I'm just adding of them. Of course, the them is Mike and John. You got this, right? Okay, our third choice is I could say either of them will help you. So what am I doing different here? In this case, I'm simply dropping the one, right? So all 3 of these choices mean exactly the same thing. You can use them interchangeably. There's no difference at all. Remember, these 3 choices are used when the nouns have already been identified. So now take a second, take your example that you already use and change it so you identify the nouns first and then follow this structure. Remember, you have 3 different choices, so practice using all 3 and put your practice examples in the comments. Now let's talk about neither. The thing you need to remember is that neither is negative. So I think it's really easy to remember that it's negative because neither starts with an N and negative starts with an N. So you can just have that association in your brain, right? Neither, negative, neither, negative, N, N. So that's an easy way to remember it. So think of it as the exact same as either, but we use it in the negative. So instead of saying that both choices are available and possible, like we did with either, we're using neither to deny those 2 choices, okay? They're not available. Now there's one important change that we need to make, and this change is definitely something that native English speakers forget a lot, okay? But that change is we have to say neither noun. Do you know what I'm going to say next? Do you? Put it in the comments if you do. Neither noun nor noun. Now, again, I think this should be easy for you to remember because you just put an N in front of or, right? Nor, N, negative, neither, negative. So use that brain association. I think it will be really easy for you to remember it that way. Neither, nor, okay? So let's take our original example with either and put it in the negative with neither. So pause the video, think about that, and put it in the comments. What would our original example be with neither? Put it in the comments. Of course, it would be neither Mike nor John will help you. I don't know why they won't help you, but they won't. Because remember, neither is negative. So we're saying those two choices are not available. So you can think of it as you have two choices, right? John and Mike. John won't help you. Mike won't help you. Neither Mike nor John will help you. Now, the same three different sentence structures that we saw with either are exactly the same for neither. So in that case, it's really easy. We just change either to neither. But remember, it's negative, neither, negative. So pause the video, think about what our original examples were with either, and put them in the comments with neither. Did you get them in the comments? Hopefully you did. So remember, we need to put the context and identify our nouns. So I could still say Mike and John are in the office. They can still be in the office, but they're just not willing to help you, okay? So Mike and John are in the office. Neither one will help you, right? Neither one will help you. What are the two other choices? Put them in the comments. Neither one of them will help you. Or our third choice, neither of them will help you. Not very nice, Mike and John, are they? Okay, so by now you feel really comfortable with either and neither, right? But let me give you one more scenario before you go, because it's an important one. And this is an area that I see native English speakers make mistakes with, okay? So let's imagine you're talking to your friend and they just randomly say, I don't speak French. I don't speak French, okay? I don't, negative. I don't speak French. Now, how can we answer this using neither? I don't speak French. What would I say as my answer? Neither do I. Neither do I, because it's negative. I don't speak French. So I'm matching my answer with neither because neither is negative, okay? Neither do I. Now, there's a more casual, informal way that native English speakers answer that, and we simply say, me neither. Me neither. That's a little more of a casual way, but I say it all the time. Neither do I is, the formal way. Me neither. I don't speak French. Me neither. I don't speak French. Neither do I. Now, I don't want to confuse you, but it is possible to answer this with either, but it's not that common, okay? But I just want you to know that it's possible. I don't speak French. How can I answer this with either? Do you know? If you do, put it in the comments. Bonus points if you know this one. Put it in the comments. If I wanted to answer with either to a negative, I would have to make either negative, okay? I would have to say, I don't speak French. I don't either. I don't either. I don't speak French. I don't either. In this case, there's only one possible answer. So that's definitely a possibility. It's just not as common as saying, me neither. Neither do I. But remember, negative statement, you use neither to agree with that negative statement. I don't like coffee. neither do I. Now, before you go, just one more bonus thing, okay? Now, imagine it was a positive statement, okay? And my friend said, I speak French. My answer would be, me too. Me too. So do I. So do I. So if it's a positive statement and you're agreeing positively, we don't use either and we don't use neither. Okay, so those don't exist in this situation. They're not choices. You're doing awesome. Feel free to hit pause and take a break. And when you're ready, let's move on to the difference between anyway, anyways, anyhow, and anywho. And at the end of this lesson, there will be a quiz and you can download the free PDF summary. Let's go. First, let's talk about anyway and anyways. What's the difference between these two? Well, it's very simple. One of these words is grammatically correct and the other is slang. Do you know which one is slang? Well, anyways with an S is slang. It doesn't exist in English as a word. This may surprise you because native speakers use anyways all the time. In fact, I would say that anyways with an S is just as common as anyway, even though technically anyways with an S is not a word in English, it's slang. Regardless, you will hear anyways in formal situations like TED Talks or formal presentations, even from politicians and doctors. You will hear anyways being used all the time. But remember, anyway without the S, anyway is the grammatically correct choice in any situation. Now let's talk about how to use anyway and anyhow. They have the exact same meaning. They're interchangeable, which means you can use anyway or you can use anyhow. It doesn't matter. They're both adverbs and they have three common meanings. So let's review each meaning and we'll look at example sentences. The first meaning, we use anyway and anyhow to mean in any case without regard to other considerations. For example, let's say you're planning a family dinner at a new restaurant you want to try, but you're not sure if this restaurant takes reservations. You might say to your family member, I'm not sure if the restaurant takes reservations. Anyway, I'll call tonight. So this means without regard to other considerations in any case. So it doesn't matter if the restaurant takes reservations or doesn't take reservations, you're going to call. Remember, you can use anyhow and they have the exact same meaning. So I could say, I'm not sure if the restaurant takes reservations. I'll call tonight anyhow. Notice I changed the placement of the adverb. The placement can come at the beginning of the sentence or at the end of the sentence. There's no difference between these two. Anyway and anyhow are also used when you provide a more important reason or consideration. Let's say you find out about a work conference, but you decide you're not going to go. You could say, the conference is out of town. That's one reason you're not going to go. It's out of town, which means it's not in your city or your location. It's in a different city or a different location. So that's one reason. But you want to provide a more important reason why you're not going to the conference. You could say, the conference is out of town and I have another meeting that day anyway. So the fact that you have another meeting is more important than the fact that the conference is out of town. And we use the adverb anyway to show that. With this meaning, the placement of the adverb is also flexible and it can come at the beginning of the sentence or the end of the sentence. So I could also say, the conference is out of town and anyhow, I have another meeting that day. Notice it came at the beginning of the sentence, but I put the adverb and to act as a transition word, and anyhow. So you will commonly see anyhow or anyway with a small adverb like and, but, so in front of it. That doesn't change the meaning in any way. And you can just get rid of it and the sentence would be the same. The conference is out of town. Anyhow, I have another meeting that day. The final way we use anyway and anyhow is as a transition word to transition from one conversation topic to another conversation topic. And this might be the most common way it's used, and this might be the way you're most comfortable using it. And you can use anyway or anyhow, it doesn't matter. And of course, you can use anyways, but remember, that's slang. So let's say you're having a conversation with your friend and you're talking about one subject, work. You're talking about work. It's really busy at work right now and we need to hire another accountant. But now you don't want to talk about work anymore with your friend. You want to change the topic. You can say, anyway, how was Italy? So your friend just got back from this vacation and you want to now change the topic from work to your friend's vacation. Work's really busy now. We need to hire another accountant. Anyhow, how is Italy? Tell me about Italy. Again, you can use anyway or anyhow, but with this meaning to change conversation topics, we most commonly put the adverb at the beginning of the second sentence. So we don't commonly put it at the end of the sentence. And you can still use another transition word like and, so, but. You're talking about work. We need to hire another accountant. So anyway, and anyway, but anyway, how was Italy? Now finally, let's talk about the difference between anyhow and anywho. Anywho is a slang replacement to anyhow. You can use it the exact same way you use anyhow. Remember though, it's slang. Now notice the spelling, because most commonly when we use this in a text message, for example, it's spelled anywho, H-O-O. That's because we're borrowing from the word how and we're just changing it slightly to who. So you may see it written as anywho, but it's more commonly written as anywho. In pronunciation, there's no difference at all. Anywho is a fun, light-hearted, casual way to say anyhow. But keep in mind that it isn't commonly used. Remember I said that anyways, even though it's slang, it's used 50% of the time. That's not the same with anywho. Anywho isn't very common, and in fact, some native speakers, depending on the region they're from, they might not even know what it is, and they may think you just made a mistake and you meant to say anyhow. So because it isn't very commonly used, and because it's slang, I don't recommend using it. Now you know how to use anyway, anyways, anyhow, and anywho. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play for the answers. Let's see how well you did on that quiz. Here are your answers. So hit pause Review these answers, compare them to your own, and when you're done, hit play. So, how did you do with that quiz? Share your score in the comments below, and remember, you can download the PDF that summarizes everything from this lesson so you can practice it and review it. So the link to download the PDF is right there. You can go there and download it anytime. Way to go. Let's move on and talk about as soon as and as long as. Let's start with as soon as. You can think of this as a time reference, okay? We're talking about time. And as soon as, you can translate that to immediately after, okay? Immediately after something happens. For example, call your mother as soon as you get home. Okay, so remember, we can think of as soon as immediately after. So immediately after you get home, call your mother. So imagine you're walking home, you open your door, you enter your house, okay? Immediately after. So the first thing you're going to do when you get home is call your mother. Call your mother as soon as you get home. Now, it's important to keep in mind that the structure of this is flexible. I can use as soon as to start the sentence, and I can say as soon as you get home. As soon as you get home, call your mother. And they mean exactly the same thing. Another example, send me that report as soon as you get the numbers. So immediately after you get the numbers, what are you going to do? You're going to send me the report. Send me the report as soon as you get the numbers. And remember, we can switch the sentence structure as well. So write in the comments below, what would be the alternative way to write this starting with as soon as? So pause the video and write that in the comments below to practice. Did you get it? As soon as you get the numbers. As soon as you get the numbers, send me the report. Now let's talk about as long as. As long as and as soon as are very different. The only thing they share is that they both have as and as, okay? But they're used very differently. Now, with as long as, we're offering a condition, okay? This will make sense with an example sentence. So let me give you an example. I'll go to the party as long as you give me a ride, okay? So there's a condition, right? I will only go to the party if you give me a ride. If you don't give me a ride, I won't go to the party. That's the condition. So we use as long as for identifying a condition. I'll go to the party as long as you give me a ride. Now, just like with as soon as, this sentence structure is flexible as well. So think about this, hit pause, and change the sentence structure so we begin with as long as, okay? Put your answer in the comments below. Did you get it? As long as you give me a ride, I'll go to the party. Another example, I'll help you with that report as long as you buy me lunch. So my offer to help you is conditional, and I'll only help you if, what? If you buy me lunch, right? That's the as long as you buy me lunch. I'll help you with that report as long as you buy me lunch. Now again, think about changing that sentence structure, hit pause, and write the alternative sentence structure in the comments below. Did you get it? As long as you buy me lunch, I'll help you with that report. To summarize, we have two great conjunctions. As soon as, which you can think of immediately after something, and we have as long as, which is used to offer a condition. All right, now you know how to use as soon as and as long as confidently. Now you practice. Make sure you write one example with as soon as and one example with as long as in the comments below. And then change that to the other sentence structure so you get comfortable with both of them. You're doing amazing. Let's keep going and talk about as well and as well as. First, let's talk about as well. As well is used when we add an additional piece of information. You can think of it as the same as to. So let's say your friend says, I have to go to the bank. Now, you have to go to the bank. So you have to go to the bank, your friend has to go to the bank. So we can use as well. So again, your friend says, I have to go to the bank. You can say, I have to go as well, as well. So here is like saying to. You both have to do the same action. Or let's say it's early in the morning and you go to your favorite cafe for a cup of coffee. So you order and you say, I'll have a coffee. But then you notice those muffins look delicious. So then you add, and a muffin as well, as well. So you can add as well. I'll have a coffee and a muffin as well. So we're adding as well, our adverb, to the end of a sentence. Notice that. Sentence structure, the placement is at the end of a sentence, and it's used when we're adding an additional point, a point that complements our first point. Now, as well as is used in a different way. The meaning is more advanced. It's more of an advanced grammar topic. The meaning is not only Y, but also X. Okay? Not only, but also. For example, I have to go to the bank as well as the store. As well as the store. So notice, not only Y, but also X. Now notice how I'm saying not only Y, but also X. It's because we emphasize X. So in this case, our X is bank and the Y is store. Now I'm emphasizing bank. I have to go to the bank as well as the store. Now let's compare that to a simple sentence with as well. I could say, I have to go to the store and I have to go to the bank as well. So in this case, I'm adding an additional place I need to go. Remember our placement, as well comes at the end of the sentence. Now, the important thing to remember is in this case, I'm not emphasizing one action over the other. They're equal importance. The bank, the store, they're equal. But when I use as well as, the bank is more important. It has more emphasis than the store. I have to go to the bank as well as the store. Now notice the placement with as well as. We use as well as before the second noun. The store is our second noun, as well as the store. But with as well, it's simply at the end, the very end of the sentence. One more example showing both side by side. Let's say I was at the mall yesterday and I could tell my friend, I bought a sweater and a t-shirt as well. Remember, as well, I'm just adding an additional item. I bought a sweater and a t-shirt as well. Now let's say I want to identify two qualities that the sweater has, but I want to emphasize one over the other. I could say the sweater is beautiful as well as comfortable. So, two items, beautiful and comfortable, but I'm emphasizing beautiful. The sweater is beautiful as well as comfortable. So now you can see them side by side and understand how they're used differently. And of course, it's your turn to practice. So I want you to do the same thing. Give an example where first you can use as well, and then make a statement where you're identifying two characteristics or two items, two nouns, and you're emphasizing one and use as well as. So put your example in the comments below. Amazing job. Hit pause, take a break if you need, and when you're ready, let's talk about as much as. As much as can be used in two very different ways depending on the context. And you're going to learn how to use both of these ways by the end of the video. So here we go with meaning number one. You can use as much as when you have two different things and you want to say that those two things are equal in amount or degree. Let's take a look at an example sentence. I deserve that promotion as much as she does. As you can see in this example, we have two different things. And we're talking about amount. The amount that I deserve the promotion, and what's the other amount? The amount that she deserves the promotion, okay? So let's say the amount that she deserves the promotion is this much. Now, if I want to use as much as, remember, it's equal. So she deserves the promotion this much, I deserve the promotion this much, it's equal. I deserve the promotion as much as she does. Let me give you another example and then I'll get you to try your own example sentence. Okay, I could say that Jose participated in the conference as much as Maria did. Okay, so here we have amount of participation, or the degree to which Maria participated and Jose participated. But you might just want to think of them in terms of amount. So Jose participated in the conference this much. I can't really make it different in sizes. This much. And Maria participated in the conference this much. They're equal. Let me give you one more example, and I'll make it an easy example that everyone can understand. You ate as much cake as I did. Okay, so we have the amount of cake that you ate, the amount of cake that I ate, and they are equal, right? Now, look at the sentence structure. What do you notice that's a little bit different here? You ate as much cake as I did. So notice here I've added in the something. So ate is a verb, right? But if I want to specify ate what? If I want to add the something, look at the placement here. As much, something, as, okay? So that's when you're including a noun. And the purpose of that just would be to specify ate what. I could leave out cake. I can leave that something out and I could simply say, I ate as much as you did. Now, the only difference here is that I'm specifying cake, right? But if cake is on the table, it's obvious based on context that we're talking about cake. I don't necessarily need to include that in the sentence, but I wanted you to be aware of that sentence structure when we include a something. So now you know how to use the first meaning of as much as. And remember, we have two things, and they are equal in amount or degree. So now it's your turn to practice. I want you to think of an example using as much as, and put your example in the comments. I think you can have a lot of fun thinking of an example for this one. So put your example in the comments. Did you get it in the comments? Okay, great. Now let's move on to meaning number two. As much as in our second meaning, you can think of it more in terms of although, regardless of, or despite how much. That probably doesn't give you much information, does it? So as always, it's easier to just see this in an example. I could say, as much as I want to stay, I have to go. Notice here, as much as is at the very beginning of our sentence, okay? As much as I want to stay, I have to go. Now, you can think of this as although. Although I want to stay, I have to go. Now, what does this mean? Basically, we can think of them as two individual sentences. I want to stay, I have to go. Okay, those are two individual sentences. And then we're just combining them together using as much as at the very beginning. There's an easy way that this will make sense for you, and that's by using but. You're most likely familiar with but. It's one of the first transition words that students learn. So you can think of this as I want to stay, but I have to go. That could be one way that you combine these two sentences into one using the transition word but, okay? And notice there's a contrast here. I want to stay. That's a positive, right? I have to go. That's a negative. So when we use but, there's always a positive and a negative. Now, we're using as much as in exactly the same way. Is simply the sentence structure that's changing here. So remember, we're using as much as at the very beginning of the sentence. As much as I want to stay, comma, I have to go. Another example, as much as I'd love to help you, I can't. Now, this is a very common way that we may decline to do something politely. I'm letting you know, I want to help you, I can't help you. So we have that contrast, right? A positive, I want to help you, but then we have a negative, I can't help you. So we could combine those sentences with but, I want to help you, but I can't. That might be the more familiar structure to you. So this is just an alternative way to form that, and I'll be honest, it does sound more advanced using this structure. Now remember, as much as at the very beginning. As much as I want to help you, I can't. So when you hear as much as, you know that there's going to be a contrast. So when someone says, as much as I want to help you, even if they don't say the end part, I know they're not going to help me, because that's how we use as much as, is with a contrast. So just keep that in mind. It can be a polite way to decline doing something. For example, you could use it as a polite way to decline an invitation to a party. Your friend invites you to a party, and you can say, as much as I'd love to go, I can't. So as much as I'd love to, that's the positive, right? I want to go to the party. But then the negative is, I can't. I'm busy. I have to work. I have a deadline. I don't have a way to get there. Whatever the reason is, as much as I'd love to go, I can't. So that could be a polite way to decline an invitation. So now you try using this advanced structure where you need a contrast, okay? And remember that placement, as much as, is going to be at the very beginning. So pause the video now if you need, think of your example, and then leave it in the comments. This is definitely an advanced structure that's going to make you sound very fluent and very advanced in English. So you need to practice this. And I'm really excited to read your example in the comments. So make sure you take the time to put your example in the comments so you remember how to use this structure. Let's keep going. This is your last section. Let's talk about as, adjective, as. This is a very common structure, and we use this structure when you're comparing two things. So when I say two things, we need two nouns, and they can be any nouns. And we're comparing them using an adjective or an adverb. Now, we use as, adjective, as, when the two things that you're comparing are equal. Let's take a look at an example. Now, first of all, we need two things. So let's just take a look at two houses. I could say that this house is as big as this house. So in this example sentence, what's my adjective? Write the adjective down in the comments, okay? What's the adjective? Big, of course. Big is our adjective. Now remember, we use this structure when the two items are comparable. But what if they aren't comparable? What about these two houses? Now in this case, I can simply make my verb negative. So let's take a look at our original sentence. So remember, this was our original sentence when the houses were comparable. Now they're not. So what would I need to change in this sentence to make it negative? Put your answer in the comments. I hope you know this one. I'm sure you do. So I would simply need to take my verb and make that negative. And in this case, I'm using the verb to be. So I would say, this house isn't as big as that house. So in positive form, you're using the structure when two things are equal. But you can still use this when two things are not equal, but you need to make the verb negative. Let's take a look at another example. So I need two things. I'm going to use two cars. I can say, this BMW is as fast as this Lexus. So here, what's my adjective? Put it in the comments. What's the adjective? Fast. Now, of course, we can use any adjective we want. So let's think of some other examples of adjectives. What other adjective could you use instead of fast? What do you think? Anything come to mind? Put an example in the comments. Think of another adjective you could use. Well, I could talk about money and say that this BMW is as expensive. Expensive is the adjective that deals with money. This BMW is as expensive as this Lexus. Perhaps I could say this BMW is as nice as this Lexus. So what adjective did you use in the comments? Now, of course, if these two cars are not comparable in terms of speed, then I can simply make our verb negative and I can say, this BMW isn't as fast as this Lexus. And again, I can use any adjective. All right, so now it's your turn to practice. I'm going to give you two images and I want you to form a positive sentence using as adjective as. So here are your two gardens. Now what sentence could you use? This garden, this garden. So take your time, as much time as you need, think about an adjective and put it in the comments below. Make sure you do this. You need to practice this. Did you get it in the comments? So of course, the first adjective that came to my mind was beautiful. We could also have pretty, colorful, lush, well-maintained, and maybe some other adjectives. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you had in the comments. Now, as a final exercise, I want you to take your example and make it negative, okay? That should be pretty easy for you by now. So using beautiful, I would simply say, this garden isn't as beautiful as that garden. Now, I wanted to make this video because in a previous lesson, I covered as much as. And in the comments, I noticed that there were some questions or that there was some confusion and students were using as much as when they should have been using as adjective as. For example, let's take this comment from my awesome student, Buddha. Now, Buddha wrote this example. but had a couple question marks at the end. So Buddha wasn't sure. And it's good that you guessed or that you weren't sure, because there is something a little bit off about this comment. So Buddha said, "You are beautiful as much as me." Now here, we definitely need the as adjective as. We use as much as when we're comparing two amounts. But in that case, with as much as, there isn't an adjective involved. You're simply dealing with the verb, okay? So you can review that video on as much as. But here in Buddha's comment, how can we take this comment and change it so it's grammatically correct using as adjective as? So, take as much time as you need and then put your answer in the comments. So, were you able to correct Buddha's comment here? The correct comment would be, "You're as beautiful as me." You're as beautiful as me. Because we need to use our as adjective as structure in this case. Now, of course, we could make this negative, but I'm not going to, because that wouldn't be a very nice thing to say. So I don't want to make it negative. In this lesson, you're going to learn 50 common phrasal verbs that will help you sound fluent and natural in English. Because this is a long lesson, I've divided it into 5 different parts. So first, you'll complete a quiz. Then you'll learn the phrasal verbs in detail, and then you'll complete another quiz to make sure you really understand these phrasal verbs, and then you'll move on to the next group of phrasal verbs. Let's get started. Question 1, I really, because my new kitten is so cuddly. Now, I'll only give you 3 seconds to answer the question, so if you need more time, hit pause, take as much time as you need. I really lucked out. Question 2, if we, the deal now, will lose our deposit. If we back out of. Question 3, your presentation is only 10 minutes, so make sure you don't ramble on. Question 4, we only have 2 days to fix all these errors. I don't know how we'll pull it off. Question 5, all travelers have to the COVID rules and regulations. Have to abide by. Question 6, I once saw Brad Pitt in a restaurant, but and couldn't even say hello. But I clammed up. Question 7, if everything, we'll finish the project tomorrow. If everything pans out. Question 8, the meeting was so long and boring, I'm surprised I didn't nod off. Question 9, it just that tomorrow's our anniversary. It just dawned on me. And question 10, the proposal looks good, but let's take the afternoon before we decide. To mull it over. Now, if you want more support to help you feel comfortable and confident using phrasal verbs, you can join the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium membership program where we study native English speakers, and you'll learn the most common phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions, and you'll have me as your personal coach to answer any questions you have and to give you feedback. So you can look in the description for the link to join the Finally Fluent Academy today. So how did you do with that quiz? Was it easy, difficult? Share your score in the comments below, and now I'll explain every phrasal verb in detail. Number 1, to abide by. This is more of a formal phrasal verb because it's used when you accept or follow a rule or regulation. So we use it mainly with government rules, court rules, even business rules as well. For example, as a tourist, you have to abide by the rules of the country you're visiting. So if you see a sign that says no parking, you have to abide by that rule. You have to follow that rule. Now remember, we also use this to say you simply accept. You accept, but then you follow it. For example, let's say you go to court because of a dispute, and the court doesn't rule in your favor. You still have to abide by that decision. You have to accept it and then follow it. So this is a more formal phrasal verb, but it's very useful because we all have to abide by many different rules, regulations, and policies. Number 2, to dawn on. This is an excellent phrasal verb to add to your daily vocabulary. To dawn on is when you finally realize or understand something. For example, one day it just dawned on me that I need to change careers. So one day I just realized I need to change careers. So you can absolutely say realize. We're just using the phrasal verb dawn on, and it's extremely common. Now, notice the sentence structure here. It dawned on me. Something dawns on someone. So the it is the realization. It dawned on me that I need to change careers. So just keep that in mind because the sentence structure is commonly used with it, dawns on, and then someone. Number 3, to pull off. This is also a must-know phrasal verb. When you pull something off, you're able to do something that is difficult or unlikely to do. For example, let's say you're a wedding planner and a couple comes to you and tells you they want to have this huge 300-person wedding in 3 weeks. And they want you to plan everything. That's really difficult, and it might even be unlikely that you're able to plan a 300-person wedding in 3 weeks. So you could say, I don't know if I can pull that off. I don't know if I can do that because it's very difficult. I don't know if I can pull that off. The that being planning the 300-person wedding. Now let's say you do successfully plan the wedding. After, you could say, I can't believe I pulled that off. I can't believe I pulled off planning a 300-person wedding in only 3 weeks. Number 4, to back out of. This is an excellent business phrasal verb. It's used when you fail to keep a commitment or a promise. Now, in a business context, a commitment could be something you agreed to or arranged to. It can be formal and you have a contract in place, or it could be more informal and you just agree to it verbally. So if you don't keep that commitment, then you back out of it. For example, I can't believe the client backed out at the last minute. Now notice here, I just said backed out. I didn't use the of. We only use the of when you specify the noun, the something. I can't believe the client backed out of the agreement, the project, the plan, the proposal at the last minute. Number 5, to clam up. This is an excellent phrasal verb for all of you or anyone that does public speaking, because when you clam up, you're unable to speak, usually because of fear or nervousness. But this can also be used if you simply refuse to speak for whatever reason. For example, I always clam up when I'm public speaking. When I'm public speaking, I become unable to get the words out. You clam up. Now, my advice to you is if you feel like you're going to clam up, just take a deep breath. Number 6, to mull over. When you mull something over, you think about it or you consider it. And the something you're mulling over is simply an idea, a proposal, a suggestion, and you mull it over. You think about it, you consider it. So let's say you're in a meeting and a client or colleague suggests a new tool to use and you need to think about it. So you could say, give me a few days to mull it over and I'll get back to you. To mull it over. The it being using the tool, purchasing the tool, whatever you're going to do. Give me a few days to mull it over. Now you can also specify the noun and you can say, I need to mull the deal over before I commit. Number 7, to pan out. This is an extremely common phrasal verb. To pan out simply talks about how a situation develops. For example, I'm not sure how this merger will pan out. So the situation here is the merger. And we're talking about, well, how's the merger going to go? How's it going to develop? Will it be positive? Will it be negative? Will there be challenges or difficulties, benefits? That's how the situation develops. So here I'm saying, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the merger will pan out. Now let's say the merger has some difficulties or challenges. You could say the merger didn't pan out, didn't develop. The merger didn't pan out as we had expected. Number 8, to ramble on. This is an excellent one for all you public speakers because when you ramble on, you talk at length without getting to the point. So let's say I rambled on for 5 minutes trying to explain the definition of ramble on, and at the end, you didn't understand it at all, and you're confused, you're a little annoyed because I wasted your time. I rambled on. So this is used as a negative, and it's used when you're communicating an idea. So we generally use this as a complaint. The speaker rambled on for 20 minutes. Number 9, to nod off. This is when you fall asleep, but it's when you fall asleep usually for a very short period of time and usually when you're not supposed to. So this isn't when you go to bed at the end of the night, okay? So let's say you're in a meeting at work and your colleague is rambling on and the topic is very boring and you start doing this. That is nodding off. And this motion of your head, what I'm doing, this is the verb to nod. Nod your head. So when you fall asleep, what do? You nod your head. So that's where this phrasal verb to nod off comes from. And remember, we use this for short periods of time, usually when you're not supposed to fall asleep. For example, when you're driving. So I might say, I always listen to loud music when I'm driving at night, so I don't nod off. And number 10, I love this phrasal verb, to luck out. When you luck out, you're very lucky in a specific situation. So let's say there's this major sale on the new iPhone model and they're selling for 50% off, and you go to the store and you get the very last one. You could say, I can't believe I lucked out and got the new iPhone for 50% off. You lucked out. You were very lucky in this specific situation. Or let's say you're driving during rush hour and you're going to an appointment and you get a parking spot right in front of the office. In rush hour, downtown, you can say, I can't believe I lucked out and got such an amazing parking spot. Or if you're telling that story to a friend, I got this parking spot right in front of the building downtown during rush hour. They could say, wow, you really lucked out. You really lucked out by getting that parking spot. Now that you feel more comfortable with the phrasal verbs, let's do that exact same quiz again so you can see how much progress you made. So here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Here are the answers. Hit pause and compare your answers to the correct answers. Question 1. She's just really good at basketball. She's not showing off. Question 2. It's hard to meditate when my kids keep barging in. Question 3. We've been friends for 20 years. I'm not going to let this come between us. Question 4. It's amazing how fast the company after the pandemic. The company bounced back. Question 5, I need to call the garage. My car's been all week. My car's been acting up. Question 6, his speech didn't. The urgency of the situation. His speech didn't get across. Question 7, Jess can close any deal. We can count on her. Question 8. I can't give you the day off tomorrow, but I can by letting you leave early. I can make it up to you. Question 9. They said the price is too high, but give them a week, they'll come around. Question 10. My boss always makes me stay late. I don't know why I put up with it. How'd you do with the quiz? Share your score in the comments below, and don't worry if it was difficult because now I'm going to explain every phrasal verb in detail. Number 1, to come around to an opinion or an idea. And this means to change your opinion or to see a new point of view. Now notice the sentence structure because we have 2 prepositions, around and to, and then after to, we need something. We need a noun, an opinion, or an idea. For example, I came around to the new job after I heard about the benefits package. So remember, this means you changed your opinion. So previously, you didn't want the new job, but now you've come around to it. So you've changed your opinion. Now you want the new job because you heard about the benefits package. We commonly use this without the preposition to and without specifying the something when the something has already been mentioned. For example, at first I didn't want to move to Boston, but I came around after I visited. So notice, I didn't say I came around to something because the something had already been mentioned. So I came around to the idea after I visited. Number 2, to get across a point or a message. And this is when you clearly and effectively communicate a point or a message. For example, make sure you get across that the project is over budget. So if you're having a meeting with a client and your boss has this very particular message or idea, the project is over budget, and your boss wants you to communicate that in a clear, effective way. Your boss wants to make sure you get that across. Now, we also use this when you're talking, and the ideas aren't really coming out very well. And after a while, you stop and you say, what I'm trying to get across is, and then you state your point. What I'm trying to get across is the project is over budget. Number 3, to show off. This is when you deliberately display your skills or abilities in a way to impress other people. Now, this is frequently used in the negative. Don't show off. Don't show off. But there's definitely a time and a place when you want to show off. For example, when you're going to a job interview, you shouldn't be modest. You should show off your skills and abilities. You should talk about all your awards, your accomplishments, your degrees, the compliments you've received. You want to show off all of your experience to the interviewer. So an interview is the perfect time to show off. Also, if you're going for your IELTS exam, you don't want to be modest with your knowledge of the English language. You want to show off your abilities by using a range of grammatical structures and a range of phrasal verbs and idioms and expressions. You want to show off to the interviewer. Number 4, to count on. Now, this is exactly the same as to rely on or to depend on. So you have 3 different phrasal verbs, all with on, that mean the exact same thing. And this is, of course, when you trust someone or something to complete a specific task or objective. For example, I can always count on Selma to stay late. So you can trust Selma to complete the specific task or objective, which is to stay late. And remember, you could replace this with rely on. I can always rely on Selma, or depend on. I can always depend on Selma. Now, we frequently use this in a question response. For example, can I count on you? Can I count on you to close the deal? And then you can reply back and say, absolutely, you can count on me. Number 5, to come between. Now, this is when something disturbs a relationship. And that relationship can be a professional relationship, a social relationship, romantic, family relationship. It can be any kind of relationship. For example, Jacob and Marcus were best friends until Sylvie came between them. So that's the image you could have. They were close, Jacob and Marcus, but then Sylvie came between them and now they're divided. Sylvie disturbed their relationship. Now, it's very common for a girl or a guy to come between a relationship, but it doesn't have to be a person. It could be that Jacob and Marcus were very close, but the promotion came between them. The new job came between them. Their family came between them. Their politics came between them. Their religion came between them. It could be anything. came between them. Money is a good one as well that comes between people in relationships. And remember, you can use this in any type of relationship. Number 6, to put up with something or someone. And notice this is a 2-preposition phrasal verb, put up with. Put up with. And we use this to say that you tolerate bad behavior or unwanted behavior, to put up with. For example, I don't know how you put up with your boss. I don't know how you tolerate your boss. Now, of course, we can be more specific and specify the action that the boss does. I don't know how you put up with your boss's constant criticism, for example, or your boss's distasteful jokes, for example. I don't know how you tolerate it. Now, we commonly use this to say, I'm not going to put up with, and then the behavior. I'm not going to put up with your constant criticism any longer. Number 7, to bounce back. Now, to bounce back, this is when you recover or recuperate. Now, you can use this when you recover from a negative situation in a business context, like for example, a bad sales quarter or a bad product launch, for example. But it can also be when you recover or recuperate from an illness. So you can use it in both those situations. For example, in a workplace situation, you could say, I don't know how we'll bounce back from our loss in Q2. So I don't know how we'll recover. And then you could have a discussion. How can we bounce back? Does anyone have any ideas on how we can bounce back? Now, in terms of recovering or recuperating from an illness, you could say, it took me a while to bounce back after my surgery. So it took me a while to recover, recuperate. Number 8, to act up. This means to behave badly or strangely. This is very commonly used with parents describing the actions of their young children or even their older children. My son keeps acting up, behaving badly. But we can also use this with devices and objects. For example, my computer keeps acting up, behaving strangely. My computer keeps acting up. I hope it doesn't break. Number 9, to make it up to someone. This is quite a long one, so pay attention to this sentence structure. To make it up to someone. Now, we use this when you try to compensate for a wrongdoing. For example, let's say it's your best friend's birthday and you can't go for whatever reason. So this is the wrongdoing, not going to your best friend's birthday party. Now, if you want to compensate for that wrongdoing, you could say, I'm so sorry, I can't make your birthday party. I promise I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you by taking you out for a nice dinner. I'll make it up to you by going to the movies with you. I'll make it up to you by buying you a really nice present. So those are the ways you're going to compensate. Now you might be wondering, what is this it? The make it up to someone? We use it with it because what you're trying to compensate for has already been explained, so you don't have to say it again. Now, you can use this in a business context. Let's say you went over budget on a client's project, and you might say to your team, how are we going to make it up to the client? How are we going to compensate for our wrongdoing? The wrongdoing is you went over budget. And then maybe someone would suggest we can make it up to them by offering a discount or offering a free product, offering an extra service. So those are how you're going to compensate for the wrongdoing, to make it up to someone. Number 10, to barge in. When you barge in, you enter a place, a location unexpectedly, and you interrupt whatever's taking place. For example, I was in my office working and this kid just barged in and handed me his CV. But later, I hired him. So by saying the kid barged in, it implies that he didn't have an appointment, he wasn't expected, he just barged in unexpectedly and he interrupted whatever I was working on. But in this case, it was successful because he got the job. Now that you understand these phrasal verbs a lot better, let's do that exact same quiz from the very beginning again. Here are the questions for the quiz. You need to complete each sentence using the correct phrasal verb. So go ahead and hit pause now and complete the quiz. Here are the correct answers. Go ahead and hit pause and see how well you did. Question 1, you've been arguing for months. You need to make up. Question 2, I said we need to diversify our product line and I stand by that. Question 3, I always have a cup of tea at night to help me after a busy day. To help me wind down. Question 4, my girlfriend is studying abroad and I'm really aching for her. Question 5, your suit doesn't look comfortable. Why don't you? Something more comfortable. Why don't you slip into? Question 6, it's getting late, so I'm going to turn in. Question 7, Salma took this job to her accounting experience. To beef up. Question 8, have you, who's going to give the presentation? Have you nailed down? Question 9, sometimes it's easier to a trained professional. To open up to. Question 10, the party was fun, but when they started talking about politics. But I zoned out. So how did you find that quiz? Was it easy? Was it difficult? Don't worry, because I'm going to explain every phrasal verb in detail and it will definitely be easy by the end of the lesson. So let's do that now. To ache for, to ache for. This is a very nice romantic phrasal verb. Now we really use this in the context of a romantic relationship, so make sure you use that appropriately. And to ache for something or someone is when you really, really want that something or someone. For example, he was lonely and aching for love. So this is perhaps a little more of a poetic phrasal verb. You will probably hear it in novels, stories, movies, TV. He was aching for love. So maybe you won't use that in your vocabulary, but you'll likely hear it in romance movies or romance novels. Now, you may be more likely to use ache for someone. Let's say your husband is overseas on a business trip and he'll be gone for 2 or 3 weeks. You might say, I'm aching for my husband. So if you're talking to your friends, your family, even your colleagues, you could say, oh, I'm really aching for my husband. He's been gone for 2 weeks already. Number 2, to beef up. This is a fun one. When you beef something up, you make it stronger or more important. Now, we do use this in the context of bodybuilders, and they can beef themselves up, become more muscular. So you can use that in a fitness context, but we also use this in more of a business context, perhaps surprisingly, because you might say, I need to beef up my resume. I need to make my resume stronger or more important. I need to beef up my communication skills, for example. Number 3, to make up. And in this context, we're talking about to make up with someone. To make up with someone is when you forgive someone after an argument or a dispute. In a family context, young kids argue a lot, right? And older kids too. But you might say to your son, your daughter, you need to make up with your sister. You need to make up with your brother. You need to make up with your cousin or a friend, and you list a specific person, which means you need to forgive that person. Stop being angry at that person. Stop fighting with that person. So we definitely use this in a social context, a family context, but you can absolutely use this in a professional context. Coworkers fight as well. There are disagreements in companies. So you might say to one coworker, Sally, you need to make up with Mark. You work on the same team. You have to get along. You need to make up with each other. Number 4, to nail down. This is when you understand the exact details of something, or you get a firm decision on something. So let's say you're planning a conference and you have a general idea of the conference. It will take place in summer. It will be on this general topic or theme. But when are the exact dates? What specific topics? Who specifically will be the keynote speaker? Who specifically will be presenting? Who will you hire to cater the conference? You need to nail down those details. So you need to either understand the exact details, or you need to make a firm decision on who's going to cater, when the conference will exactly take place. So that's a very useful phrasal verb, and you can use it in a business context or a social context. Number 5, to open up. When you open up to someone, you talk very freely about your feelings or your emotions, things that make you quite vulnerable, things you probably don't share with everybody. For example, after years, she finally opened up about his death. So for many years, there was this tragic death perhaps, and she didn't really talk about it. She didn't talk about her feelings about the death. But then after years, she opened up. She started talking freely about how she felt, the circumstances, how she's dealing with it, those types of things, her inner feelings and emotions. Now notice I didn't use to someone. I could say she opened up to her family about his death. So you have about and then the specific topic, and to and the specific people. You'll commonly hear people say, I've never opened up to anybody like this before. If someone says that to you, they're basically saying they feel very comfortable around you. They feel like they can share their inner thoughts, feelings, emotions. And that's a very positive thing. It shows you have a very close relationship. Number 6, to slip into something. Now this is when you quickly put on a piece of clothing. So this is a very specific phrasal verb. It's only used with clothing. Now, for example, this shirt is quite pretty, isn't it? But let's be honest, it's not the most comfortable shirt. So after I'm done recording this video, I'm going to slip into a t-shirt. I'm going to put on a t-shirt. Or if it's first thing in the morning and you're in your house coat, but then you hear your doorbell, you might quickly slip into some sweatpants and answer the door. So it's simply another way to say put on. Number 7, to stand by something. When you stand by something, it's used to show that you still support or believe something. So I might say we stand by our opinion that interest rates need to increase. So that's my opinion, that's my belief. Interest rates need to increase. I stand by that. I still support that. I still believe that. So you'll hear this a lot from people in power, politicians, executives in business. They'll have an opinion, have a belief, and then they'll state, I stand by that, to let you know they still believe that specific opinion.
Do you stand by that, and if so, why?
I stand by that. Yes, I stand by that. And the reason simply is,
now we also use this with stand by someone. When you stand by someone, it means that you support someone, usually when something negative has happened. So let's say that your coworker was accused of stealing from the company, but you know your coworker didn't do it. You might say, I stand by her. I stand by her, which means you're going to support her in this difficult time. Number 8, to wind down. To wind down. This is an excellent phrasal verb because it means to relax after a busy or stressful day. So you might say, I always read at the end of the day to wind down. To help me wind down, I always read at the end of the day, or I go for a walk after work to wind down. So it just means to relax, but it's another way of saying it, and it implies that you were very busy or stressed out, to wind down. Number 9, to zone out. This is when you stop paying attention for a short period of time. Now, we've all done this, especially when we were kids in school and your teacher's talking and you just zone out. Now, generally people zone out because they don't have interest in a particular topic. For example, whenever people talk about sports, I zone out. I just stop listening and I start thinking about something else in my own head and I'm not listening to the conversation about sports. I zone out. I stop paying attention. But then when the conversation changes, I'll pay attention again. So it's always for that short period of time. Number 10, to turn in. This is a very useful phrasal verb because it simply means to go to bed. It's another way of saying to go to bed, and it's very common. So of course you can say, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. But you can also say, I'm tired, I'm going to turn in. I'm going to turn in. And it's extremely commonly used, so I suggest you use it. You can use it as a suggestion. Hey, it's getting late and you have that job interview tomorrow. You should turn in. You should go to bed. Or you can use it in question form as well. What time did you turn in? What time did you go to bed? Now that you're more comfortable with these phrasal verbs, how about we do that exact same quiz again and you can see how much you've improved. So here are the questions. Of course, hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play and I'll share the answers. So you can go ahead and hit pause now. How'd you do on that quiz? Well, let's find out. Here are the answers. Go ahead and hit pause and figure out how you did. Question 1. I used to play video games every day, but eventually I grew out of it. Question 2. Do you know why Sarah of the meeting earlier today walked out of the meeting? Question 3. Can you add mustard to the shopping list? I just used it up. Question 4. You should your old books to your community store. You should give away. Question 5. The bridge is because there was an accident. The bridge is blocked off. Question 6. My boss said we can with canceling the contract. We can go ahead. Question 7. My company using cell phones during work hours. My company frowns on. Question 8. I'm sorry I at you during the meeting. I overreacted. Last out. Question 9. Can you help me this error sort out? Question 10. The presentation was really long, so for a bit. So I wandered off. So how did you do with that quiz? Was it easy or was it difficult? Well, now I'm going to explain every phrasal verb in detail. Number 1, to block off. This is when you obstruct an exit to prevent people from leaving. This is a very common phrasal verb because on your daily commute to work, you may have to take a detour, which means take an alternative route because your regular exit is blocked off. So let's say you get to work 15 minutes late. You can say, sorry, I'm late. Main Street was blocked off. And most likely that street or exit is blocked off because of construction. It's also possible that there was an accident, or perhaps there's something like a parade or a protest that's preventing people from using that exit. Number 2, to lash out. When you lash out, it means you react angrily. You react with very strong negative emotion. So this phrasal verb is negative and it's used in a negative way. So you might say, she lashed out when I suggested a different approach. So you shared an opinion and the person reacted very negatively, very angrily. They lashed out. Now for this phrasal verb, it's very common to say at someone. She lashed out at me when I suggested a different approach. The at someone is optional. You don't need to do it, but it can be very useful to specify who. So if you want to specify the person, then we use at someone. She lashed out at Jim. She lashed out at us. It could be the entire group. She lashed out at the client. And then you can explain the reason why. She lashed out at the client because the payment was late. Number 3, to walk out. When you walk out, it means you leave a place angrily. So we have another phrasal verb with angrily. You leave a place angrily. So let's say you're meeting with your boss to discuss your performance. Now, maybe you were expecting a 20% raise. A raise is a pay increase, a 20% pay increase, but your boss only offered you 2%. You might say, after my boss offered me 2%, I walked out. So you left the room, you left the office, the meeting, but you didn't just leave, you left angrily. Angrily. That's the key here. So combining our last phrasal verb to lash out, to react angrily, we can say, after she lashed out at me, I walked out. Number 4, to sort out. This means to resolve a problem. Now we can use this with a business professional problem. For example, let's say your payment processor isn't working and you can't accept payments. You might say, we need to sort this out ASAP. We need to resolve this problem ASAP. Or who can we call to sort this out? So you can absolutely use this in a professional business context when there's a problem. We commonly use this with personal issues, with relationship issues, when you have a problem with another person. So let's say you and your sister haven't spoken in months because of a disagreement. Maybe your sister lashed out at you and then you walked out of her birthday party and you haven't spoken since. Well, someone might suggest some ways you can sort it out. You need to sort it out with your sister. You need to resolve the problem. And in this case, the problem is a personal problem. So this is a great phrasal verb to use for a business context and a personal context. Number 5, to use up. This is when you finish or consume 100% of something. So all of something. And that's very important because I could say, I used the olive oil. So I consumed the olive oil. But when I just say use, it doesn't tell you how much olive oil did I use. I used the olive oil. But if I say I used up the olive oil, then you know I used 100% of the olive oil, so there is none left for you or for someone else, and you have to get more. So I could say I used all the olive oil. When I say all the olive oil, all means 100%, so that is exactly the same as I used up the olive oil. Number 6, to wander off. This is when you leave a place when you're not supposed to, or you leave a place without telling other people. Now, this is commonly used with children. So a mother might say, I have to watch my daughter like a hawk, or she'll wander off. So little kids, they might not stay in a room. They might wander off and go into another room. But of course, that can be dangerous if nobody is watching that child. So this is commonly used with young children, but we can also use it with adults. So let's say you're on a museum tour and you're in a foreign country on a museum tour. Now, you're supposed to stay with the museum tour. You're not supposed to wander off and just go look at other areas of the museum. But you might say, the tour was boring, so I wandered off. Number 7, to grow out of. This is when you lose interest in something. So to lose interest, you're no longer interested in something because you're older or more mature. For example, a lot of young kids play video games for hours and hours and hours. But as an adult, you might grow out of it. So you no longer do that. You no longer play video games for hours and hours and hours because you're older, you're more mature. Number 8, to go ahead. This means to proceed. This is a very useful phrasal verb. We use it commonly to give someone permission to do something. So your coworker might ask you, is it okay if I send the email to the client? And you can say, sure, go ahead, which means proceed. Proceed with sending the email. Go ahead. Now you can just say go ahead, period, or you can specify what the action is. You can say go ahead and send the email, or go ahead with, and we need a gerund. Go ahead with sending the email. And send the email with sending the email. So pay attention to that sentence structure. Number 9, to give away. This means to provide for free. So this is a great phrasal verb. For me, I could say, I give away my best tips and advice on how to become fluent right here on this YouTube channel. Now, let's say you have a lot of items from your kids, but your kids are grown up now, but you have a lot of their clothes, their toys, even furniture for your kids. You might want to give that away. So you can provide it to another parent or someone else for free. We gave away all our kids' clothes when they moved out. So when you want to get rid of something in your house, you can sell it or you can give it away, provide it for free. And finally, number 10, to frown on. This means to disapprove of something. So you might say, my boss disapproves of casual clothes. So you can say, my boss frowns on wearing casual clothes. Notice our sentence structure, frowns on wearing. We need our gerund verb. Now that you feel more comfortable with these phrasal verbs, how about we do the exact same quiz again so you can see how much you've improved. Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Here are the answers. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, compare your answers, and when you're ready, hit play. Question 1, we should the party with some karaoke. We should kick off. Question 2, you don't need to. Your team, I've heard great things about them. Talk up. Question 3, make sure your team doesn't while the CEO is here. Horse around. Question 4, it really, when Jeremy took credit for my work. Ticked me off. Question 5, he's been since he lost the contract. Moping around. Question 6, we're on a tight budget, but we have enough to get by. Question 7, the expense reports have been since Sarah left. Piling up. Question 8, I've learned to my mother when she gives me relationship advice. Tune out. Question 9, she used to be very serious, but she's a bit loosened up. Question 10, my boss is going to when she learns we lost the account. Flip out. So how did you do with that quiz? Don't worry if it was difficult, because now I'm going to explain every phrasal verb in detail. Let's get started. Number 1, to tune out. This is a very useful phrasal verb because it's used to say you stop listening to someone, you stop paying attention to them because you don't like what they're saying, basically. So you tune someone out. This is something that kids do all the time with their parents, right? If your parent is giving you advice and you don't want to hear it, you just tune them out. So your parent is talking, but you're just not really listening. So you might say, I always tune out my mom when she gives me relationship advice. Now, this can also happen a lot in a workplace situation. Let's say the coworker that sits beside you is just a very negative person and complains a lot. You might just simply tune them out. So you stop listening to them because you don't want to hear all that negativity and complaining. So you just tune them out. They're talking, but you're not listening. Number 2, to tick off. This is a useful one because it means to annoy, to anger, or to irritate. Now we use this in 2 very specific sentence structures. It ticks someone off. It ticks me off when my coworker doesn't help. So it ticks someone off, and then you explain the situation that causes the anger, the frustration, or the irritation. Now, the other sentence structure is just to say someone or something ticks me off. John really ticks me off. He's so negative. John really irritates me, frustrates me, annoys me. John really ticks me off. He's so negative, but I just tune him out. Number 3, to talk up. And you talk someone or something up. And that means you speak in a way that makes that someone or something sound really beneficial, really positive, really amazing, maybe even more so than the reality. So let's say you're in sales and you're trying to sell this piece of software to a company. Well, you're going to talk up that software. You're going to talk about that software in a way that really highlights all of its positive features. And you probably won't mention any negative features. You're going to talk it up. Or let's say that your really close friend applied for a job in your company. Well, you're probably going to talk up your friend. You're going to speak about your friend very enthusiastically, very positively, because you want your friend to get the job. You're going to talk up your friend. Number 4, to pile up. This means simply to increase in amount. And we generally use this with work. So in general, you could say work is really piling up. Work is increasing in amount. You can use this with specific work. So you might say, my expense reports are piling up. Or even with household chores, you might say the laundry is piling up. The dirty dishes are piling up. They're increasing in amount. Number 5, to mope around. To mope around, this is when someone moves from one location to another, but they do it in a very unhappy way, a lazy way, a disappointed way. And it's generally because something is wrong. Something specific is wrong. So maybe they just lost their job, or they just broke up with their girlfriend, so they mope around the house all day. They go from the couch to the kitchen, back to the couch, but they look really upset and lazy and no energy. So this isn't really a positive thing. We generally say, stop moping around. You need to stop moping around and start looking for a job. If that's the reason why you're moping around, because you lost your job. Stop moping around and look for a job. Number 6, to loosen up. This is a great one. It means to be more relaxed, more comfortable, or less serious. So you might say, she was very shy at first, but then she loosened up. So she became more relaxed, more comfortable. Now, we often use this as advice to someone. If someone is just being too serious, you might say, loosen up, loosen up. It's similar to saying, relax a little, loosen up. You need to loosen up. Oh, just loosen up. Number 7, to kick off. This is a great one because when you kick something off, it means you start. But we use this in the context of a sports event, a meeting, a conference, or even a party. So some sort of event with people. So in sports, it's very common to say the game, the match kicks off at, and then you say the time. The match kicks off at 3. The game kicks off at 7. And that's just when the game starts. Now, you could also say, let's kick off the meeting by, and then you can explain how you're going to start the meeting. Let's kick off the meeting by introducing the new CFO. Or let's kick off the meeting by sharing the good news. Number 8, this is a fun one, to horse around. When you horse around, you behave in a silly or noisy way. So basically what children do all the time. They horse around. But you might say, the kids were horsing around and they broke my favorite vase. Now, although this is commonly used in children, it can of course be used for adults as well, because adults act in silly and noisy ways all the time, right? Even in workplace contexts. So you might be talking about how your team is constantly horsing around. And as a bonus, you can also say goof around. It's an alternative, but they're both very commonly used. So horse around or goof around. Number 9, to get by. This is when you have just enough money to live on, but not very much extra. So you can basically pay all your bills and that's about it. So you might say, since our twins were born, it's been more difficult to get by. You have 2 new babies in the house. Well, first, congratulations, but of course that's very expensive. So now you only have enough money to pay your bills, to buy the food, buy the diapers, buy the groceries, pay your mortgage, things like that. We're getting by. We're getting by. You're just surviving. So if someone knows you're going through a tough time financially, maybe you lost your job, and they ask you, how's it going? Is everything okay? You could say, well, I'm getting by. I'm getting by, which lets them know you're surviving. You have enough to pay all your core expenses. And finally, number 10, to flip out. Now this can mean to become very excited, but it can also mean to become very angry or agitated. So it's when you have a very strong emotion, but that emotion can be positive, excitement, or it can be negative, anger. And it will be obvious based on context. So if you just won a competition or a prize or the lottery, you might flip out and become very, very excited, right? The sports team flipped out when they won the gold medal. Or the team flipped out when they lost the game. The team became very angry. So you can use it in both situations. And for this expression, you can also say freak out. Freak out, flip out, they mean the same. And again, positive excitement or negative anger. So now that you're more comfortable with these phrasal verbs, how about we do that exact same quiz again so you can see how much you've improved. So here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Here are the answers. Go ahead and hit pause and figure out how you did. Amazing job with this lesson. Now make sure you get your free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. You can download it from my website right here. And then when you're ready, get started with your next lesson.